Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You got it. You got it. You did.
Have a great day.
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we are HackerFrogs. All right, everybody, today we're going to be doing 3 different topics as per usual on our live streams. And what we're going to do is, first, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs After School. So in HackerFrogs After School, we're going to be going over some basic network hacking concepts. And this is going to be the session on accessing common network services, and this is going to be over at tryhackme.com. If you don't already have an account over at tryhackme.com, what are you waiting for? Because it's a great little platform for learning about cybersecurity stuff, and it's free. That's the best price. So if anybody's interested, you can go over to, let me get the link for registration. Tryhackme register. Okay, and if you don't have an account, you can register at this link over here. That's going to be the first thing we do in today's stream. For the second part of today's stream, we're going to be going over to asmtutor.com. asmtutor.com, and this is a website where you can learn how to do x86 assembly language programming. So if you're interested in that, and this is something we're learning as a prerequisite for learning about binary hacking and reverse engineering, if you're interested in doing any of those things, you can access this website over here, and we're going to be doing the lessons from over there. We're going to be going over the lessons over there, lesson number 3 and lesson number 4, and then we're going to be taking a look at what these programs look like in a disassembler, and we're going to be doing over with Pico CTF. So Pico CTF is a great little place where you can learn all about reverse engineering and binary hacking as well. And we're going to be going over a challenge today, a reverse engineering challenge called ASCII for the win, or ASCII FTW, whatever you like. And that's going to be the second part of today's stream. That's going to be in the second hour. And for the third hour, we're going to be moving over to Vulnyx.com. So Vulnyx.com is a platform where you can download vulnerable virtual machines and then deploy them to your network and then hack against them. So today we're going to be working on a Windows challenge, and the Windows challenge we're going to do today is the most difficult Windows challenge they have on the website. Coincidentally, it's called Controller, and you can access it from, so if you wanted to take a look at that box and download it ahead of time, you can access it from right over here. So they've got a download link over here, and what you would do is you would download the virtual machine and then deploy it to your network along with a security-oriented version of Linux, maybe something like Kali Linux, and then you would be able to hack against it. So we're going to be doing that challenge. We haven't seen it before. We might be in for a very wild ride, and we might get stuck along the way. Who knows? But that's going to be in the third and fourth hours of today's stream. But anyways, let's go ahead and get to the meat and potatoes of the first part of today's stream, which is HackerFrogs After School Network Hacking Session number 2. So let's go ahead and start that. All right, so everybody, this is the second session for network hacking, and we're going to go over the concepts we covered in the previous session. So let's go ahead and do that. So what did we talk about last time? We talked a little bit about how to communicate with network devices, and we started with ping sweeping. And ping sweeping is the act of sending ping packets to each address on a network range for the purpose of determining which IP addresses are online. So ping sweeping is a great thing to do when you do not know what addresses exist on the network. And Hui Lo says is waving on YouTube. Hello, Huilo. Nice to see you. Let's give you a fun little redeem. How about a hack the planet? There you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so that is ping sweeping. So the next thing we took a look at was the ping command. So the ping command can be used to communicate with a remote network device to find out if you can actually communicate with it. It's a fairly standard tool to use in your networking toolkit. And the next command we learned how to use was looking up your own networking information using the IP command and the ifconfig command. So these are two commands that do very, very similar things, and they let you know about your own machine's networking configurations. So you'll need to do this every once in a while to figure out what your IP address is and troubleshoot any network problems. Okay. And the last thing we learned to do last session was we learned how to do enumeration of open ports with Nmap. So Nmap is a very common network security tool that can be used to determine which networking ports and services are open on remote servers. So we used Nmap to scan a remote server and find out which networking ports were open and what services were being offered by them. Okay. So everybody, that was last class, and this class, we're going to be talking about the following things. We're going to be talking about common networking services, and there are going to be 3 networking services that we're going to be learning today. We're going to be learning the FTP service, we're going to be learning the SMB service, and we're going to be learning the Telnet service. So let's go ahead and start this off. So we're going to be accessing Tryhackme in order to learn about these networking services, and this is the Tryhackme room that we're going to be using. So what I want everybody to do is I want you to copy that link. I'll leave this link in the chat for everybody to use. And what we want to do is after we arrive at this room over here, we want to join the room. And then the first part of this session is going to be over on task 11 once you are on the web page. So let's go ahead and navigate over there. So this is the 25 days of cybersecurity room. This room has a lot of different activities that go over a lot of different aspects of cybersecurity. The one that we're going to be using today is task number 11. So after you arrive at the room, you want to join the room. And there's going to be, if you haven't joined the room, there's going to be a green button over at the right-hand side of the screen. It's going to be labeled Join Room. After you do that, you can access all of the contents of the room. And we want to go down to this header over here, which is labeled Task 11. So it says anyone can be Santa. It also says day number 9. So go ahead and click on that. And then we have to start up 2 virtual machines to interact with this room. So the first virtual machine that we're going to access is this one under the task 11 header. There's going to be this green Start Machine button. You want to click on that. And then after that, you want to go up to the top of the Tryhackme webpage, and you want to click on the Start Attack Box button over here. So the Start Attack Box button is going to be underneath the 25 Days of Cybersecurity title, and it's just underneath it. It's right here. It's labeled Start Attack Box. Go ahead and click on that button. Okay, so these virtual machines are going to take about 2 minutes to finish initializing. So while we're doing that, we're going to be talking about the first networking service that we're going to be interacting with today. So let's go ahead and go over that right now. So we're talking about the FTP service first, and the FTP service stands for File Transfer Protocol. So we see here that the name of the service is the FTP service, and the common port that it's associated with is TCP port number 21 and TCP port number 20. So most of the time when you do Nmap scans, you will see that port 21 is open. You will not see that port 20 is open. I think that's because port 20 only opens when data is being transferred and then it closes off afterwards. So the FTP service is a common networking service which allows users to upload and download files. So FTP, File Transfer Service, lets you upload and download files. That's not too difficult to understand. And how do we access FTP? So FTP has its own FTP client program, which you can use to communicate with an FTP server. So we can access the FTP service through the FTP client program, which can sometimes accept anonymous login. So this is something that is that's important to know about FTP, is that sometimes you can log in without a valid user account. So some common FTP commands are the commands that we see over here. So some of the commands are very similar to Linux. So there's the ls command and the cd command. And to upload files and download files, or to download files and upload files, you've got the get command and you've got the put command. So we'll go over these after our virtual machine has finished initializing. And lastly, there's the quit command, which lets us exit the program. Okay, so all right, so let's go ahead and take a look at how our virtual machines are doing. So over at Tryhackme, we see that our virtual machines have finished initializing. Great. So we've got our attack box over here on the right-hand side of the browser window. What we want to do is we want to click into the terminal and then hit enter to close out this terminal. After that, we can go ahead and put this attack box desktop in full screen. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to go to the center of the screen, and then we're going to go down to the bottom. And there's going to be this, hold on. There's going to be this button over here at the bottom of the screen in the middle that's labeled View in Full Screen. So the button looks like two arrows pointing away from each other. You can go ahead and click on that. OreoBite says, yeah, up and running. Hey, OreoBite, nice to see you here. Why don't you have a Nyan Cat? Okay, so you're going to see that that the attack box desktop has now been expanded to a full browser tab, and this is exactly what we want. So from here, what we can do is we can create a terminal. So we can open up a terminal with one of these three keyboard shortcuts. There's this one, there's this one, and there's this one. So just click on one of those, and then you're going to see a terminal, a CLI terminal appear. So we can actually make this bigger because it's a bit small and we like to see our stuff nice and big. So we're going to hit the Control and Shift and plus buttons. So we're going to do that a few times, and then we're going to see our terminal is nice and big. Awesome. TD Artist, nice to see you here on YouTube. And why don't we give you a fun little redeem? How about a frog song? Okay, so everybody, if you're not following along, we're currently doing this Tryhackme room right here, and we're going to be learning about some different networking services. So one thing about putting the attack box in full screen is that after we do that, we can actually close out the split view over here. And we do that by going to the center of the screen and then going down to the bottom and then clicking on this button that's slightly to the right, and it's labeled Exit Split View. So the button looks like a minus sign, and you can go ahead and click on that. So when you do that, then your Tryhackme webpage is going to be nice and big, and that's how we like it. Okay, so while we're here, we can get the IP address for our machine that we started up. So under task 11, we've got this IP address here that's associated with the virtual machine that we started up. We can go ahead and click on this button over here, which is called Copy to Clipboard. And after you do that, we can go back to the attack box. And in the attack box, you can go over to the left-hand side of the screen over here. So the left-hand side in the center, there's a button that's labeled Control Bar. You can go ahead and click on the clipboard. And in the clipboard, you can paste in your IP address that you copied. So after you do that, we're going to click back into the terminal, and you're going to paste in the IP address. So this is the IP address of the machine that we want to interact with. So we're going to interact with it by using the FTP program. And TG Artist says, I got done 75% of the junior pen test learning path. I need to, next to my rank it says top 10%. Awesome, awesome. So TG Artist is really grinding those Tryhackme rooms and trying to get as many points as possible to become a top 10% user on Tryhackme. Great. Okay. So to use the FTP command, it's pretty simple. It's just FTP and then space and then the IP address you want to access. So after you do that, it's going to say connected. Welcome to the FTP server, and then it's going to give you a login over here. So remember that when you're dealing with FTP, sometimes you can do anonymous login. So we're going to type in for our name, anonymous, and then we are logged in. It says login successful, and then we're in the FTP program. So from here, remember, FTP commands look very, very similar to Unix commands. So you can go ahead and do the ls command to figure out what's in this directory. And over here, we see that we've got some directories in here. So there are these directories here. They're backups, ELF workshops, human resources, and public. So we can see that these are all directories. And we can also see that all of these directories are empty directories. So we can tell they're empty from the 0 over here. And we can see that this directory actually has something in it, this public directory. We can move over to this directory with the cd command. So remember, it's going to be cd and then space, and then the name of the directory, which is public. So it's cd space public. After you do that, you can do ls to see what's inside this directory. And in here, there are two files. There's the backup.sh file, and then there's the shoppinglist.txt file. So we can download both of these files. And the way we would download these files using FTP is with the get command. So we type in get and then space, and then the name of the file we want to download. So for example, say we want to download the shoppinglist.txt file, so we would type in get space shoppinglist.txt, then hit enter, and that's going to download the file. It says transfer complete, 24 bytes received. Okay, so we can, after that, we don't need to use FTP anymore. So we're going to exit from the service, and then we're going to take a look at what's in our directory. So when we take a look at what's in our directory, we see that we've downloaded the shoppinglist.txt file. So we can go ahead and we can take a look at it. I guess on the shopping list, there's only the Polar Express movie. Awesome. Okay. So one other thing we're going to try to do is we're going to try to upload something to the machine as well. So we're going to create a file called test.txt. So we can create it by just echoing out inside of these single quotes rather. This is a test, and we're going to output that to a file called test.txt. So if anybody's wondering what exactly this command is, let me just copy it. I think I can paste it into the chat. There you go. Okay, so after we give this command, we see that we've created a file called test.txt, and if we read it using the cat command, we see that the contents are this. We're going to try to upload this to the FTP server. So how are we going to do that? We're going to do FTP and then the IP address. I forget what my IP address is. We can go back here and then we can take a look at the IP address. It's going to be at the top of the web page under the target machine information. So let me see if I can remember this. 10.10.250.60. That's pretty easy. 10.10.250.60. Over here. 10.10.250.60. Okay. So after that, we are now logged into FTP again, and we're going to try to log in as the anonymous user again. Okay. So let's go back into the public directory. So we're just going to cd public. And then after that, we're going to try to upload the file test.txt, and we can do that with the put command. So it's going to be put and then space and then the name of the file, test.txt. Okay, so it says transfer complete. So let's check and see if it actually got uploaded to this directory by doing the ls command. Okay, so the file has been uploaded. Awesome. So we interfaced with the FTP protocol by using the FTP client program, and then we moved around into different directories. We downloaded a file, and we also uploaded a file. All right, so let's continue on. We've got two other services to go through today, so we're going to try to get through them as quickly as possible. All right, so from here, remember to exit from any of these programs, it's usually the exit command that's going to get the job done. The exit or quit command is usually how it's done. So from here, we're going to clear, and that is our crash course on using FTP. So next, what we're going to do is we're going to cover another protocol. So we're going to do a little bit of cleanup. By that, I mean we're going to go up to the Tryhackme webpage, and then we're going to shut off this machine. So under target machine information, there's going to be a red terminate button. Go ahead and click on that. And are you sure you want to terminate the machine? Go ahead and click on terminate machine. Okay, so after that's done, let's take a look at what we're going to be taking a look at next. So the next service is going to be the SMB service, which is going to be under task number 12. So let's move on to another task in the Tryhackme room to learn more about the next networking service, which is the SMB service. So let's go over to task number 12. So we're just going to go over to the Tryhackme room. We're currently on task 11. We can click on the task 11 header to close it. And Jason says, remember FTP defaults to binary mode, but also has ASCII mode. Probably not relevant to this example, but it could affect downloads and uploads. So So Jason is correct. There are two types of download modes in FTP. There's ASCII and binary. ASCII is for text files, and binary is for binary files, like executable files and picture files. So what you want to do if you're going to download picture files or executable files is you need to make sure that you're in binary mode before you do that. But anyways, let's go over to task number 12. So task 12, go ahead and click on that header. And we're going to start the machine associated with this task over here. So this is task 12. We're talking about the SMB service. Go ahead and click on the green Start Machine button under task 12. Okay, so it's going to take a couple of minutes for the machine to initialize. So we're just going to learn a little bit about the SMB service before we start. So we're talking about the SMB service, and SMB stands for Server Message Block. So the name of the service is SMB, and the common port that it's associated with is TCP port number 445 and number 139. So 139 is associated with older versions of the SMB service, and the main purpose of the SMB service is to do file sharing and printer sharing. The SMB service is a file and printer sharing service that is most commonly associated with the Windows OS. So if you have a version of Windows, you do have the SMB service available. You have the SMB service available to you if you want to turn it on. Okay, so how do we access SMB? So on Linux, the usual program for accessing SMB is the SMB client program. So the SMB client program, we have to use this along with the IP address and with the share that we want to access. But there's one small complication. When we connect to SMB, we have to specify a share to connect to, a file share. And we don't know what any of these file shares are unless we do some enumeration. And we can do SMB enumeration with a program called enum for Linux. So we'll have to run the enum for Linux program before we can access the SMB service. Once we're in SMB, the commands that we use inside SMB are very similar to the ones we used inside of FTP, except for the fact that we usually want to use Windows commands instead of Linux commands, which means we use the dir command to list out directory contents instead of the ls command. So these other commands, cd and get and put, these are all very similar to the FTP service. And of course, we use the exit command to exit the program. Okay. So let's go ahead and go back to the Tryhackme page, and up at the top, we're going to see our new virtual machine is at this IP address over here. So I'm going to try to remember this. Your IP address is obviously not going to be the same as mine. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch right now. So while the ads are running, I'll insert an ad for everybody on YouTube, and we're going to watch some birds and take a little water break. So everybody, please enjoy the birds, and we'll be back in about a minute. So everybody, if you have any questions about any of the stuff that we're learning about today, or if you have any questions about cybersecurity in general, I'm happy to answer any questions. This first part is a little bit rushed because there's a lot of stuff to get through in the time frame. But yeah, don't hesitate to ask questions because I don't want anybody to feel lost, and I don't want anybody to feel like they're being left out. All right, let's get back to the lesson. Okay, so this is the IP address over here. It's going to be different for you. Everybody has their own different IP addresses. So mine is 10.10 to, okay. So we're going to click on this button over here, which is copy to clipboard. Then we're going to go over to the attack box. In the attack box, we're going to go over to the left-hand side of the screen and then to the center of the screen. And there's this button over here, which is the control bar. We're going to click on it, and then we're going to click on the clipboard. After we do that, we're going to get rid of whatever's there, and then we're going to paste in our IP address. Okay, and then we're going to close out the clipboard, and then we're going to paste in our IP address here. Thank you very much for following Diplo Heisenberg. That's an interesting name. Thank you very much, and welcome to the HackerFrogs. Why don't you have a Hack the Planet on me, just like this.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in the...
Okay, so the first thing we need to do before we can use the SMB, we can use the SMB client program, is we need to figure out some information about...
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in the...
Thank you very much for redeeming the Hack the Planet redeem, Diplo Heisenberg. Thank you. Okay. So everybody, the first thing we need to do is we need to run enum for Linux with the -a parameter here, and we have to run it on the IP address. So what enum for Linux is going to do is it's going to find out a bunch of information about the SMB service, and it's going to return it back to us. So we're going to run the command, and it's going to get us a lot of information. So let's go over the information slowly. So it's going to give us some information about the target, including the IP address, the RID range, which is how the SMB service organizes usernames. It's going to give us the NBT information about the server, and most importantly for us, it's going to give us some share information. So the share information over here, Shabala, hello, nice to see you here. Nice to see you here, Shabala. We're just learning about this about the SMB protocol right now. So the important thing for us is that we get the share information about this the SMB service here. So we've got our share names, and we can figure out which ones that we can actually read. So we can only read this one over here. So TBFC-Santa. So we're going to be accessing this one. So let's go ahead and copy the name of the share, and then let's go down. So there's a lot of information that's that we get from the enum for Linux program here, including the names of groups on the box, and we also get some usernames. So we've got these usernames over here. So Elf-Mick-Eager, Elf-Mick-Elferson, and Elf-Mick-Skitty. So these are all users on the system that we managed to get through using the enum for Linux program. So let's go ahead and access the SMB service using the SMB client command. So it's going to be SMB client and then // and then the IP address. Actually, let's get the IP address. Okay, so here's the IP address right here. So it's going to be SMB client and then // and then the IP address and then /. and then the name of the file share, and the file share was called tbfc-santa. So we can go ahead and hit enter, and it's going to ask for a password. So we're gonna bank on the fact that there's no password associated with this file share, and just hit enter. After we do that, we are in SMB. So of course, we can type help to get a list of possible commands. There are a lot of commands here. We don't need to know what most of them are. And what we're going to do is we're going to use the dir command to get the contents of the file share. So there's inside this file share there are two items. So there's this directory here, and we know it's a directory because it's got the letter D over here. But the thing is that it's empty. So we see that there's the file size is 0, which means there's nothing in here. And there's this other file over here called notefrommcskitty.txt, and this actually has some content. So let's go ahead and download this file. So just like using FTP, we can download the file by using the get command. So it's going to be get and then space and then the name of the file. So some of these SMB and FTP clients, they support tab autocomplete, which is something you should take advantage of if you don't want to do a lot of typing. Okay, so we can go ahead and download the file, get space notefrommcskitty.txt. So after that, it says getting file, great. And the only way we can find out whether or not we actually download the file is by exiting the program. So we're just going to give the exit command. And then we see that the notefrommcskitty.txt file is here. So let's go ahead and read that. So cat notefrommcskitty.txt. Okay, so it says, "Hi Santa, I decided to put all your favorite jingles onto this share, allowing you to access it from anywhere you like. Regards, Elf McSkitty." Okay, so the last thing we're going to try to do is we're going to try to upload a file to the SMB service. So we've got our file over here that we created previously called test.txt. We're going to try uploading this. So remember that inside your terminal, you can hit up and down to get previous commands. So we're just going to use the SMB client command again to access the Santa share. So the password is no password. Okay, we've got the notes from mcskitty.txt. Let's try uploading to this directory, this file share here. So we're just going to use the command put and then space and then test.txt. So it says putting file test.txt as test.txt. Okay. So if the file uploaded correctly, we should be able to see it in the directory now. So we're just going to give the dir command again. Okay, so we managed to successfully upload a file to the SMB file share. Great. Okay, so from here we can get out of here and we can finish our time taking a look at SMB. Okay, so let's go ahead and shut down the server. We're going to go over to Tryhackme, and at the very top, we're going to click on the terminate button, and we're going to confirm. And then we're going to learn about the last common networking service that we're going to be taking a look at today. So the last service we're going to be looking at is the telnet service, and this is listed under task number 15 on Tryhackme. So we're going to go back to Tryhackme, and we're going to go down to task number 15 and open that up. And then we're going to click on the green Start Machine button under the task 15 task. Click on that. And the virtual machine is going to start up. We're going to go up to the top because the machine information is going to be at the top of the screen in about a minute or so. So while we're waiting, let's go ahead and learn a little bit about telnet. So Telnet, which stands for Telecommunications Network, this is a service that allows remote terminal login. And this service over here, Telnet, is the predecessor to the SSH service. These days, when we want to do remote login, we use SSH, but in the olden days, they used Telnet. So the difference between Telnet and SSH is that Telnet is not secure and it's not encrypted, and SSH is secure and it is encrypted. And that's the big difference between Telnet and SSH. So Telnet is a very old service, and you don't see it around too much anymore, but every once in a while you will. SSH is the service that replaced it. So we can access the Telnet service through the Telnet client program. So most versions of Linux have the Telnet client that you can use to access the Telnet servers. So what about these Telnet commands? So when we use Telnet, the typical Telnet access is going to provide terminal access to the server, and you're going to use the terminal commands associated with the server's OS. So if you log into Telnet into a Linux server, then you're going to use Linux commands. If you Telnet into a Windows server, you're going to use Windows commands, etc., etc., while you're using the Telnet client. It's a lot like SSH in that regard. So if you use SSH to log into a Windows server, you're going to use Windows commands to interact with the server. Okay, so let's go back to the Tryhackme page, and we got an IP address now. So this is the IP address. We're just going to click on it to copy it to our clipboard, and then in the attack box, we're going to go to the control bar at the left-hand side of the screen again. We're going to click on the clipboard. We're going to clear the clipboard, and then we're going to paste our IP address into there again. After we do that, inside of our terminal, we're going to paste the IP address in here as well. So the command that we use to use Telnet is telnet and then, telnet and then space. So telnet space IP address. And here it says, "Hi Santa. We knew you were coming and we wanted to make it easy to drop off presents. So we created an account for you to use." So we've got some a username and a password here. So Santa and Claus Christmas. We're just going to copy this so we can paste it, because it's going to be a lot easier to paste in the password than to type it out. Copy that. So Christmas login, type in Santa. And the password, we're going to right-click and paste, and then hit enter. So when you paste in the password, you won't see anything. That's normal. Just hit enter after you paste it in, and then we're logged in. So you see here that we can use any. So this is a regular Linux or Unix prompt, user prompt. That means that we can use any regular Linux or Unix commands, and they should all work. So we can clear the screen. We can take a look at these two files in here. So cookiesandmilk.txt, we can take a look at it. Whoops, we don't have tab autocomplete, that's fine. Cookies _ and _ milk.txt. Okay, so let's go ahead and read this file. Okay, it says, "Haha, too bad Santa, I the Grinch got here before you did. I helped myself to some of the goodies here, but you can still enjoy some half-eaten cookies and this leftover milk." Okay, so what's going on? So inside this file here, this is it looks like some sort of program. So this looks like C code. I know a little bit about how to read C programming code, but I'm not all that good. But it does seem like they're including a lot of different libraries to create this file. Okay, so let's go ahead and read the other file. So down at the bottom, we're going to clear the screen, and we're going to take a look at this Christmas.sh script. So let's take a look. Whoops, cat Christmas.sh. Okay, so it looks like It looks like this is some sort of shell script. Let's go ahead and run the shell script. Let's see, ChatGPT for the win. Hey, what does this mean? That's correct. You could always go ahead and copy the code and then paste it into ChatGPT, and have ChatGPT try to interpret what the code is doing. That's correct, Shabala. Thank you. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to just for fun, we're going to try running this shell script over here. I think what it does is it creates a Christmas tree. So first of all, we need to make the shell script executable. And then afterwards, we're going to run the shell script, christmas.sh. Okay, awesome. This is some fun-looking ASCII art. This is a Christmas tree. So Tryhackme Advent of Cyber with John Hammond, great. When you feel like getting out of this program, you can do the Control-C keyboard shortcut, and that's going to exit you out of the program. Okay. Let's. Oh, they don't have history in here. So I wonder if we press any other button, if that's going to exit it out of here. Okay, so no other buttons really do anything. Although we do get to type in here, and it is colorful. That is pretty cool. Okay, so remember, if you want to exit from any program that's running inside of the Linux terminal, you can do Control-C, and that will cancel you out of the program. All right, so let's go ahead and exit out of here. You just have to give the exit command, and we're done. All right, everybody. Yeah, so we managed to do a very quick crash course of how to go over how to access 3 different common networking services. And let's take a look at what we learned in today's workshop. So we learned about the FTP service, which is the File Transfer Protocol service, and it's a common networking service that allows the users to upload and download files. So an interesting thing about FTP is that it's not super secure because the FTP service is not encrypted. All of these older services are not encrypted, but one thing that is interesting is that the FTP service is still around, because sometimes it doesn't really matter if you're using FTP service and you're just hosting files. If you're not having users log in, if everything's anonymous and it's just you can anonymously download and upload files, I guess uploading files anonymously isn't great, but downloading files anonymously isn't really too big of a deal. Although there could be a problem where people eat up your bandwidth by just downloading the files over and over again. But that's the FTP service. So the SMB service is another type of file sharing service, but this one is associated with the Windows OS. So when you're using the SMB service on Linux, the SMB service on Linux is called Samba, and it allows Linux servers and Windows servers to interact with each other. And they can all use the same protocol, the SMB service, to share files. It is pretty cool to use. So that's the SMB service. So the last service is the Telnet service. So the Telnet service is it is deprecated. People are not supposed to use the Telnet service anymore. They're supposed to use the SSH service instead, because Telnet is not encrypted. And which means that everything that you do over Telnet could be captured by somebody, and they could read every one of the commands that you use while you're using Telnet. And if you were to include any passwords or other sensitive information while you're using Telnet, people could eavesdrop on that as well, which is not a great thing. Okay, so that was common networking services. And we're going to be doing something different in the next HackerFrogs After School Network Hacking Workshop. We're going to be learning how to perform web app enumeration with a number of tools. When we do network hacking, it's very common to find web pages on these servers, and we're going to be talking about how to enumerate those web servers and how to find hidden endpoints and directories as well, using a few different tools. And by the end of it, you will have a basic understanding of how to do web app enumeration on these remote servers. So that's going to be next time. But until next time, well, we'll see you next time. And that's going to be on Monday's stream. So please look forward to that. All right. So if anybody has any questions about anything that we did during this this segment, please let us know, because we're going to be ending the segment and moving on to the next one in just a little bit. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to be talking about assembly. And assembly language is a very low-level language. It's actually the lowest level language you can get to before you go down to pure machine code. And we're going to be learning about x86 assembly through this website right over here called asmtutor.com. So I also wrote up a actually, well, we're not exactly going to talk about that, right? Well, okay. Anyways, forget I said anything. We're going to do lesson number 3 and lesson number 4 from asmtutor.com, and we're going to be doing it through PicoCTF. So PicoCTF is a great place where we can actually, what we forgot to do is we forgot to do cleanup over at Tryhackme.com. So let's go ahead and do that now. So our attack box, we're not going to be using it anymore, so we're going to close our attack box. And then we're going to go over to Tryhackme.com. We're going to click on Show Split View up here. And then we're going to shut down our attack box. So over here, there's a button labeled Terminate Machine. After we open up the split view, click on that, click on Terminate Machine, and we're also going to terminate the machine for the telnet service. So under Target Machine Information, terminate that as well. And then we finished doing our cleanup. So we're just going to get out of here, and we're going to go over to picoctf.com. So picoctf.com, well, okay. Everybody, there's an event going on at picoctf.com, and it started just today. And it's the PicoCTF 2025 event. So if anybody doesn't know about it, it is on right now. And let me get the link. So you're going to need to be registered for the event to do these challenges. We're not going to do any of these challenges on stream because that is not allowed. We're not allowed to broadcast solving any of these challenges while the event is still going on. And the PicoCTF 2025 event is going to go from today, which is March 7th, until March 17th. So it's going to be a 10-day event. Everybody, if you have not registered for the event, I highly encourage you to do so and try to figure out which challenges you can solve over here. So there are easy challenges, there are very difficult challenges, there are challenges across all of the different categories like general skills, forensics, cryptography, reverse engineering, web exploitation, etc., etc. And what you should do is you should try to solve as many of the challenges as possible, because after the event is over, everybody's going to be publishing their write-ups, and they're going to be talking about how to solve the challenges, and you can read up on those, and you can figure out, well, where you went right and where you went wrong as far as solving those challenges is concerned. Okay, but we're not doing the PicoCTF 2025 event. Instead, we're going to be solving a challenge called, it's called ASCII for the Win. And it's a reverse engineering challenge. So if anybody's interested, after you've logged into Tryhackme, you can go over to this page right over here. So we're not going to be doing this right away. What we're going to be doing instead is we're going to be starting up our web shell. So the Pico CTF web shell is easily one of the most convenient things about doing Pico CTF. And you can locate the web shell after you've logged in by going over to practice, and then on the right hand side of the screen there's this button called web shell. Go ahead and click on it. And then after that, you're going to be logged into your web shell. The web shell is basically a web accessible Linux virtual machine with a bunch of security tools installed in it already. So what we want to do is we don't want this small web shell, we want the full screen web shell. So we're going to go up to the top of the web shell, and then on the right hand side there's this button here labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. It looks like a box with an arrow pointing out. Go ahead and click on that, and then your web shell is going to start up. So after you do that, you can clear the screen with the clear command, and then you're going to see that there should be a readme.txt file and whatever files might be in here. I'm just going to get rid of these files because we're going to be doing that a little bit later. Okay. And if you're worried about being logged out of your Pico CTF web shell, what you can do is you can just start up terminal text editor like Nano, and while you're in Nano, you're not going to be logged out of the web shell for quite a long amount of time. So you can just keep this up here and then go do some stuff and then come back. Okay, so let's go back to the asmtutor.com website. So we're doing lesson number 3 over here. So we're just going to click on the link. And before we start, let's talk about the background over here. So we're talking about calculating string length inside of our assembly program. So why do we need to calculate the length of a string? Well, system write, so this is the thing that that writes text to the screen. It requires that we pass it to a pointer. We pass it a pointer to the string we want to output in memory and the length in bytes that we want to print out. So along with the string, we have to provide the length of the string. If we were to modify our message string, we would need to update the length in bytes that we pass to the syswrite as well, otherwise it will not print correctly. So you can see what I mean using the program in lesson number 2. Modify the message to just say hello brave new world, then compile, link, and run the new program. And the output is not going to put out the entire string because we only gave the pointer 13 characters. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this code over here. We're going to be compiling this this assembly program, and then we're going to be running it. After we run it, we're actually going to take a look at it inside the disassembler and see what it looks like. So you can go ahead and copy all the code here. Then we're going to go over to our Pico CTF web shell. So in the web shell, we're going to exit from the Nano text editor. Then we're going to create the file. The file is going to be called, what is it called over here? Hello world-len. Okay. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch, and to everybody on YouTube, here's an ad as well. And we're just going to take a break for the next minute or so. While the ad is running, we're going to watch the birds. Here you go. I'm going to take a little sip of water, just a second. So has anybody here ever done assembly language programming before? If you have, let us know in the chat, or if you're interested, and if you're interested in binary hacking and reverse engineering, let us know, because that's something that we're going to be teaching in the future. All right, let's put the birds away. Okay, so the name of the file that we want to edit is called hello world-len.asm. So we're just going to use the nano text editor to edit the file. After we do that, we're going to paste in the code that we copied from this website here. Okay. So before we compile the program, let's take a look at what's going on in the program. Tigreal says, I played with it many years ago, but was terrible at it. Well, I don't think we're going to become really good. We're not going to become really good at assembly programming, but we are going to we're going to learn how the code execution works, and we're going to try to understand how the instructions work to better understand how to do how to read the instructions when we do disassembly. Tigreal says, I have done some disassembly. Yeah. So we're going to be doing some disassembly with this program after we compile it and run it. So what's going on here? So we're going to, they've got different sections in the assembly program. The first section over here is the .data section. And the .data section is basically, we're going to use this to save variable names, or to save variables with different values. So we can, this variable here is called MSG, and this is a double byte, or is it double byte or data byte? This is what the DB stands for, and this is the message that we're going to print out. It's going to be hello brave new world, and then the terminator byte over here, the 0AH. 0A is the byte, and X and H indicates that this is hexadecimal code. Okay, the next section is going to be the text section, and the text section is actually where all of the assembly code goes in. Jason says, I've done a bit. One of my favorite hacking challenges has been microcorruption, but it's for the MSP430 architecture, not x86-64 or RAM or ARM. Yeah, so that's one of the things that we have to understand about assembly programming, is that there's a different assembly programming languages for each one of these architectures. So the one we're looking at right now is called x86, which is a type of processor, which is a type of architecture that is associated with the x86 processor chip. And most PCs run x86 processors. So when we're talking about Apple uses mostly are they using mostly ARM? They also use some x86 processors as well. And I think basically whenever you have a different type of processor, you're going to have a different assembly language associated with it. But the good thing is that most assembly languages look fairly similar. So we can take the stuff that we learned from x86 assembly, and we can apply it to ARM, or it's going to be very, very similar between different processor types. Okay, so the .text section of the code is actually where the actual instructions are. Jason says newer Apple is ARM. Yes. Okay. Good to see that I remembered that correctly. All right. So in this section, we've got the global start initializer, and we've got some different sections here. So we've got start, and we've got next character, next car, and we've got finished. So what is in these sections here? Let's take a look. So we've got we've got the move instruction. And the first thing is we're going to move into the EBX register, this memory register here. We're going to move the contents of the MSG or message. So it's going to take this string over here. So the next thing that happens is we're going to move into the EAX register, the EBX. So we're moving both. We're moving the address of this string into both of these memory registers here, and then we move on to the next character section here. And what it's going to do is it's going to do a comparison. So the CMP instruction is compare. It's going to compare the byte in the EAX with the value 0. So remember that that the string we have here ends with the 0. So the 0 over here, this is what we're looking for. So when it finds a 0, then it's going to jump over to the finished section. So we go from here to here to here, and if the byte in the EAX register is equal to 0, then it's going to jump over to the finished section over here. But if it is not 0, and it's not going to be 0 for quite a while, it's going to move on to the next instruction, which is increment INC EAX. So the EAX is going to be incremented by 1 byte. So the address in EAX is going to go up by 1. And then it's going to go over to the next character. So basically this is a loop. So it's going to go in here. It's going to check to see if the byte is equal to 0. If it's not, it's going to increase the EAX register by 1. And then it's going to jump back to the top over here, and it's going to do it over and over again until the byte in EAX is equal to 0. And then after that's done, it's going to jump over to the finished section. In the finished section, it's going to do these things. So it's going to subtract the value of EBX from EAX. So both of these registers started pointing to the same address, but EAX has been incremented by 1 byte for each character in the message. When you subtract one memory address from the other in the same type, the result is the number of segments between them, and in this case, it's the number of bytes in this message over here, "Hello, Brave New World." Okay, so that's the first instruction. After that, we move into the EDX register the value of EAX. And EAX now equals the number of bytes in our string. So we need to move this into the EDX register to let the program know how many bytes are going to be printed. The next instruction is going to be move into ECX, the message, so the actual string, which is "Hello, Brave New World." And then we move into EBX, the number 1. I think the number 1 is this is the, oh gosh, what was it again? EBX, I think, I don't remember this one, but I do remember that the number 4 over here is associated with the write system call, and then we run int80 to run the system call, and the system call is going to be the system write system call, which is indicated over here in EAX. And I should probably look. Let me check. So the number 1 is, oh, write to standard out. Okay, that's what it is. EBX is standard out, 0 is standard in, and 2 is standard error. Thank you very much, Jason. That really helps. So we need to write a bunch of different variables before we run our int80 instruction to do the system call. So we need to move into EAX, the number 4, which is invoke system write for Linux, and we need to write indicate that we're writing to standard out. with the number 1 in EBX. And we need to include the message in ECX and the number of bytes to read, the number of bytes to write in EDX. Okay, so where were we? Over here. So after we run the system call to write the message, we have to exit the program. So we need to put into EBX 0 the status number 0, which is exited, or it's successfully. So if something is program run successfully, that's the 0 right here. And we're going to give the exit system call, which is the system call number 1, and we're going to put that into EAX. After that, we run int80 again, and that's going to exit the program. Nino says hello there. Hello, Nino. Nice to see you here. We haven't done a redeem in a while. Why don't we have a nancat? There you go. Okay, so let's go ahead and save out this file, and then we can compile it. So what were the instructions? So the instructions here say that we have to compile with nasm f elf hello len.asm. Okay, so we're just going to copy that command and paste it in. And what this is going to do is it's going to assemble these instructions into ELF format, which is so ELF is the binary format for Linux, and it's going to create an object file, a .o file, I think. So it creates this .o file, and we need to link some libraries with the .o file to make the file executable. And I think the instructions are over here. So link with LD. So this is the instruction over here. We're going to copy that, and then we're going to run this to link the hello world.o file and create a binary file that we can run. Okay, so after that, we have in our directory here a binary file that we can run. So if we run the file command on it, we're going to see that it's a 32-bit LSB, least significant byte executable, and this is a program that we can run. So we run it by giving this command. So /hello world.len, hello world -len, and it prints out hello brave new world. Awesome. Okay, so let's take a look at what the program looks like inside the disassembler. So we're using Radare 2 as our disassembler, and let's just do R2-D hello world -len. So we're going to run the debugger on the program to see what's inside the binary. So every time we start up the Radare 2 debugger, we want to analyze the binary, and we can do that with the following command. It's AAA. Just give that command, and it's going to analyze all of the it's going to analyze the binary and then give you a number of functions if it finds any. So after that, you can do, I think we can clear, right? Yeah, we can clear. Awesome. Okay. After that, you give the AFL command, and this is going to output all the functions that the analysis gave us. So the only thing that's in this program is the entry point of the program. So that's pretty easy for us to look at. All we need to do is give this command right here, which is print disassembly function, so PDF, and then we need to specify the function we want to look at. which is entry 0. So after that, we can take a look at the commands. So PDF at entry 0. So do you want to print a lot of lines? I guess we have to. So, okay. So I don't know why, but for some reason, when we compiled these little assembly programs, there's a lot of stuff that's included in here after Man, is this? This is a bit unexpected. Let me try this again. So the only thing in here is the entry. If we try to take a look at entry 0, it says that there is a lot of lines, but for some reason we don't get the instructions we want in here. I think it's because okay. So it looks like this is we're going to head let's try getting the first 100 lines. Or let's see, head 100. Okay, this should be the first 100 lines of the program. Okay. So over here, we've got our variable over here, hello brave new world, and it's in this section here. And then there are all the instructions that are in our code. So we move into EAX, the value of E. So from here, we've got our loop over here, and the loop over here is for counting the length of the string. So we compare the byte EAX with 0, just like we saw in the instructions, and then there's a jump equal command. So if it's equal to 0, so jump equal, it's going to jump over here to the finished section. But if it's not equal to 0, it's going to jump back over here. No. If it's not equal, it's going to increment the EAX to the next thing, and then it's going to jump over back to the section. So it keeps on looping in here over and over again until the byte in EAX is equal to 0, and then it's going to jump over to the finished section. So in the finished section, it's going to put in the proper opcodes for exiting the program, and it's going to do another int 80. Wait, no, that's this section here. Sorry. So this is the section of the code that exits the program. But what it does before that is it prints out the message, "Hello, brave new world." So what we can do is let's set a breakpoint for right before the program exits. So we can set a breakpoint for this address. So we're just going to copy this. We're going to go down to the bottom. We're going to, I think this sets a breakpoint, db, and then the memory address. So after we do that, we're going to run the program with the dc command. So db is going to set a breakpoint at whatever memory address that you give to it. When you use the dc command, it's going to run the program. So it's going to be hello brave new world. It hits the breakpoint at this address right here. Let's take a look at the memory registers. So we can look at the memory registers with the dr command. And we see that the dr command has, let's see. So inside of EBX, we've got the the number 1 over here, which is exit program. And I think we're almost ready to quit the program at this point. Okay, so let's go ahead and exit out of here. And so before we go on to the next lesson, we're going to solve this little Pico CTF challenge. So the Pico CTF challenge is ASCII for the win. The reason why we're using the web shell is because we're solving this challenge right here, ASCII for the win. So we can go ahead and solve this challenge. And to solve the challenge, we're also going to be disassembling the program. So let's go ahead and take a look at the program. So this is the ASCII for the win challenge. It's a medium level challenge in the reverse engineering category. And this is a PicoGym exclusive challenge. So this program has constructed the flag using hex ASCII values. Identify the flag text by disassembling the program. You can download the file from here. So we can go ahead and grab the link for the program. Whoops. Grab the link for the program. Okay, and then go back to the web shell. So in the web shell, what we're going to do is we're going to use the wget command to download the file. So wget space, then paste in the file address, and then download the file. So after that, you should see that the ASCII ftw file is in your directory. Before we can run it, or before we can examine it using the disassembler, we have to make the file executable. So we need to do chmod +x on this file. After that, you're going to see that the file color becomes green, which means we can execute it. Let's try executing it normally and see what happens. It says the flag starts with 70, but this actually is this is a bit of a lie, because this is not 70 decimal, this is 70 hexadecimal. So hexadecimal 70, not decimal 70. Anyways, let's go ahead and examine the binary using the Radare2 tool. So we're going to do R2-D ASCII ftw. So remember, anytime we open a file with the Radare2 program, we should probably examine the binary or analyze the binary using this command over here. I think we can also do quadruple A, and it's going to examine the file in greater detail. But anyways, AAA should work. Okay, analyzing imports, entry point, symbols, function calls, etc., etc. Okay, so after it's finished analyzing, we can do the AFL command to take a look at the different functions that were identified in the program. So we've got a bunch of different things we can look at. So the entry point over here, and there's also the main function. So we should probably investigate the main function over here and take a look at what's going on. So to take a look at the disassembly over at the main function, we do pdf print disassembly function at main. Okay, so this is much nicer to look at when it's color-coded, but what's going on over here? So this is the entry to the function over here. So the first thing we do is we push the value of the stack to the RBP register, and well, we don't have a lot of commenting in this program over here, but I guess that makes sense, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out what's going on in the program. We're reverse engineering. But what's going on over here? So we're going to move something into these registers. We're going to subtract the same things from the registers. We're going to move our keyword. I'm not sure what the keyword is in this case. we're going to move some sort of variable. Oh, we're going to move into this variable the value of the RAX register. We're going to XOR EAX by EAX. Remember, when you use the XOR operation, if you do XOR with any two values that are the same, then the value that comes out of the XOR is going to be 0. And this is the interesting part. The interesting part is that we begin moving a bunch of single hex bytes into these variables right here. So variable 30H, variable, I guess these are all hex digits as well. But if you take a look at the ASCII equivalent for each one of these hexes, this is all printable ASCII over here. So this is what the flag is for the challenge. So what we would do is we're going to copy this all because we want to extract this flag. So we can just copy all of the stuff here. Okay, and so the rest, well, the rest of the program, all it's going to do is it's going to print out the message over here. The flag starts with something, and I guess the flag starts with hexadecimal 70. And if you take a look over here, hexadecimal 70 is this one right here. Hexadecimal 70 is the letter P. So it was telling the truth. It does start with 70, but it's hexadecimal 70, not decimal 70. Anyways, let's copy all of this stuff. And then let's create a little file. From here, we can just exit out of Radari 2. We're going to create a file called, let's call this flag.txt, and we're going to paste in all this stuff we found here. So the problem is that we can't submit this as a flag because this is not a clean string. So we're just going to save this out. And I've got this fun little command that we can do to clean up the output over here. Where is it? Okay, so I've got a little write-up for this challenge here. So after we copy the output to the flag.txt file, we can run this command. So the command is cat flag.txt. Then we're going to cut D by these by the single quotes over here. Remember that all of the letters inside the flag were encased in these single quotes. We're going to output only what's in between these single quotes, and then we're going to get rid of all the new lines with the tr command here. So I'll provide this command over here to everybody in the chat. Whoops, we're supposed to be in our web shell. Okay, so if we cat flag.txt right now, this is what we get. But if we run this instead, we're going to read flag.txt and then only get what's in between these single quotes. And then we're going to trim out all of the new lines. So what that does, well, this is what it looks like if you just run this portion. It looks like Pico CTF. This is still not something we can submit. But if we also include, okay, we've got ads running on Twitch, which means we're also running ads on YouTube, and we're also going to be showing the birds. Here are the birds. Okay, I'm going to be taking a little drink break. Just a second. All right, so everybody is here. If you've used disassembler programs or debugger programs before, what is your favorite debugger program? Do you use DBG, or do you use Radare2, or you use some other program? Let us know, because I'm always curious as to what other options are out there as far as debuggers are concerned. Of course, we know that there are different debuggers for Windows and different debuggers for Mac and Windows and Linux, all that good stuff. Anyways, let's get out of here and continue the lesson. Okay, so we're going to, what was it again? What was that command? tr-d and then by the new line. So, keep on doing this mistake. So tr-d is going to delete something, and in this case, we're going to delete all the new lines with this command right here. Oops. Is this the new line? Yeah, this is the new line. /n. Okay. So after we do that, all these new lines are deleted, and now we've got a flag that we can use. So we're gonna copy this flag and then submit this to the Pico CTF challenge. Paste this in, submit the flag, and then we're done. Okay, let's go ahead and do the other lesson over at asmtutor.com. So this is lesson number 4. So this is talking about subroutines. So Jason says GUI debugger, Ghidra, TUI, yeah, okay. So CLI, GBD, and Radare2. Awesome, awesome. This is that seems pretty similar to what I do. I do Ghidra when I want to when I don't want to struggle so much, and when I want to do terminal stuff, I do Radare2. Okay, so let's talk about these subroutines. So let's talk about these subroutines. Subroutines are functions. They're reusable pieces of code that can be called by our program to perform various repeatable tasks. Subroutines are declared using labels, just like we've done before. However, we don't use the jump instruction to get to them. Instead, we use a new instruction, call. We also don't use the jump instruction to return to our program after we run the function. To return to the program from a subroutine, we use the ret instruction instead. So to do the function call, we use the call instruction, and to return to regular program execution after the function is done, we use the ret instruction. So why don't we jump to subroutines? The great thing about writing a subroutine is that we can reuse it. If we want to be able to use the subroutine from anywhere in the code, we would have to write some logic to determine where in the code we had jumped from and where we should jump back to. This would litter our code with unwanted labels. If we use call and ret, however, assembly handles the problem for us by using something called the stack. So we're going to be talking about the memory stack, and the stack is a special type of memory. It's the type of memory that we've used before. However, it's special in how it's used by our program. So the stack is what is called last in, first out memory, LIFO. You can think of the stack like a stack of plates in your kitchen. The last plate you put on the stack is also the first plate that you take off the stack the next time you use a plate. The stack in assembly is not storing plates though, it's storing values. You can store a lot of things on the stack such as variables, addresses, or other programs. We need to use the stack when we call subroutines to temporarily store values that are going to be restored later. So any register that your function needs to use should have its current value put on the stack for safekeeping using the push instruction. Then after the function has finished its logic, these registers have their original values restored using the pop instruction. That means that any values in the registers will be the same before and after you've called your function. If we take care of this in our subroutine, we can call functions without worrying about what changes they're making in our registers. So the call and ret instructions also use the stack. When you call a subroutine, the address you called to it from in your program is pushed onto the stack. this address is then popped off the stack by the ret instruction, and the program jumps back to that place in the code. This is why you should always use JMP to labels, but you should call functions. So we've got the same program that we did before, but this time we're using a subroutine. So let's go ahead and copy this code. We're going to examine the code before we compile and run it. So digital. So spaghetti could lead to memory stack mix-ups. Yeah. Well, when you're doing this assembly code programming, you should always be careful to keep your code clean. Otherwise, you could run into some real problems. Okay, so I forgot to copy it. Let's copy the code. Careful here. Okay. We got the code. Let's copy it. Let's go over to our web shell. Neospring says ribbit lurk. Thank you very much, Neospring. And Digicool says frog, OS frog. Thank you. We love all of our froggy emotes in here. You can also do comma, colon, frog, colon, and get this frog over here. Jason says function arguments are also passed via the stack, typically in reverse order. So that's something we'll cover eventually as well. Okay, so let's what is the name of the file that we're supposed to create here? It is hello world len asm. Actually, let's call this one subroutine. Oops, this is the wrong terminal. Subroutine, nano subroutine .asm. Okay, and we're going to paste in all our code. Okay, so basically this is the same thing. This is the same as our previous program that we were doing in Asmtutor, but this time the string length portion is now a subroutine. So over here it says this is our first function declaration. So the function declaration is strlen, and we can see inside of the start function over here, it makes a call to strlen over here. So call our function to calculate the length of the string. So this is a function call right here, and it's referencing this code over here. So the code in here, which is strlen and next character and finished, these are all written after the instructions in start over here. The thing is that when we run the program, it's going to call strlen, and strlen is going to run all of these instructions. So it's going to run push and move, and then it's going to go into the next character section over here. It's a label, next character label, and it's going to keep on looping until it's finished, and then it's going to jump over to the finished label over here, and it's going to run the labeled the finished instructions here, and it's going to call the ret. So ret is the end of the function. So this is the entirety of the function right here. So this is so after all of this is done, it's going to move back over to here. So this is where the function call was done. When the ret instruction is run, the program execution is going to continue from here. So our function leaves the results in the EAX, and this is all the same as before. So it goes from here to here, and then it jumps over here and runs all the stuff in here. And then after this is done, it jumps back to here and runs all these instructions to finish the program. Okay, so let's go ahead and compile this. Okay, so we're going to save this out as subroutine.asm. And how do you assemble this? You assemble it with this over here. Although we're going to have to change the name. Okay, so we're going to use the NASM assembler, NASM, MASM. We're going to create a ELF format for ELF format binaries, and we're going to create it from the subroutine.asm file. Subroutine.asm. So this creates a subroutine.o file, and we're going to have to use another thing to link the files and make it an actual binary. What is that command? This one here. Okay, although we do need to change this out because we renamed the files. Okay, so from here we should have an executable called subroutine now. There we go. And if we take a look at what kind of file this is in 32-bit ELF executable, and we can examine it. Actually, we can run it first. So to run it, we just need to do /subroutine. This just prints out a message, hello brave new world, and we can examine this using radare2. So radare2-d, and then subroutine. Let's take a look at permission. I wonder why we get this warning message over here. Interesting. Anyways, let's go ahead and run our analysis over here using the radare2. It's AAAA. It's going to give us a bunch of information about the imports and the entry point, the symbols, etc., etc. After that, we take a look at all of the functions that we identified. And the only thing we have here is the entry point. Okay. It's interesting that it didn't identify the subroutine that we created. But let's take a look. Caesar3 on YouTube says, "Have you tried Pwn College for ASM and exploit development?" Pwn College, yes, I have tried Pwn College. I've gone through a number of different lessons on Pwn College. The problem is that I can't broadcast any of that. So the people at Pwn College have asked very nicely that nobody cover any of the solutions for any of their exercises on YouTube videos or on live stream, and not to do anything in write-ups either. So we want to be respectful and not do anything that they don't want. So although Pwn College is a great resource for learning about all this stuff, I can't showcase any of it because they don't want anybody to showcase it, unfortunately. Okay, I hope you understand. All right, so we're going to take a look at the entry 0 over here. So we're going to do PDF at entry 0. Okay, this looks a lot more clean. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so we've got our entry over here, and the first thing we do is we move into EAX the message, and the message is hello brave new world, this over here. Okay, and then we're going to call this subroutine over here strlen, and strlen is, it doesn't tell us where strlen is, but I think strlen is, yeah, this over here. So the strlen is, these instructions are over here. we're going to push EBX. So this is what happens when you start a function. You have to push a value into the register so that we can retrieve it later. So we start the function by pushing into EBX, and we finish the function by popping EBX to remove this from the instruction pointer. No, it's not the instruction pointer. EBX is I forget what it is. But anyways, so we start by pushing something, we end by popping it, and then we give the RET instruction to finish off the function, and then we go back to these to this instruction flow. So after we finish the string length function right here, it's going to run these instructions, and these are the instructions that loop over and over again to try to figure out the length of the byte that we need to the length of the string that we need to print out. So it loops over and over again until we get the EAX0, and then we jump to the finished portion. And in the finished portion, we finish out the function, and then we go back to regular program execution up here. So up here, we print out the message. We print out the message in this portion here, and then we exit the program over here. Okay, awesome. All right, so if anybody has any questions about what's going on, please feel free to ask any questions you like. If I'm not able to answer any questions you have, then I'm not doing a very good job. I'm not all that great with assembly programming, and sometimes I did reference I did ask DeepSeek a lot of questions when I was doing research for teaching assembly programming, especially the instructions. There were a lot of these instructions that I wasn't quite sure what was going on, so I had to ask a lot of questions to the AI to get it to explain some things to me. Anyways, let's do a little experimentation before we get out of here. What I want to do is I want to find the contents of this over here. So hello brave new world. It should be at this memory address. So let's go ahead and run the instructions right up to here. We're going to set a breakpoint at this instruction, and we can do that with a db. So after we do that, if we do the PDF at entry again, we're going to see that there's a breakpoint at this memory address. And you can see that that's indicated by the B over here. So after that, we're going to run the program as usual with the DC command. And it's going to hit the breakpoint at this memory address here. We want to take a look at the string over here, hello brave new world. We can do that by doing px, and I think let's take a look at 24 bytes. Let's take a look at this memory address. Okay, so this is basically letting us take a look at the contents of memory addresses, the px command over here. So after that, you specify a number of bytes that we want to look at, the length of the memory we want to look at. We provide the @ symbol and then the memory address over here. You can also do a memory register if you like. And we see here that we've got our string in the memory, hello brave new world, exclamation point. Great. Okay, so after that, we can just run the rest of the program, and it just prints out the message here, hello brave new world, and then it says process exited with status 0. So status 0 is no errors. Awesome. Okay, let's get out of here. Okay, so we created quite a few. We have quite a few files in here now. I'm just going to do a little bit of cleanup before we stop. Let's get rid of this subroutine stuff. Let's get rid of the ASCII for the win program and the flag.txt. Okay, so something I've learned to appreciate is maintaining good hygiene as far as your files are concerned. I really don't like it when I've got too many files cluttering up my directories, and every once in a while you have to do some cleaning in your directories to make sure that there's not a bunch of clutter in there. This is also something I like to do with my tabs. If I'm done with some tabs, I really need to learn how to close them out so that it's not occupying too much. Anyways, that was our little tutorial on how to do assembly stuff on asmtutor.com. So we're gonna come back next week and we're gonna do more lessons from asmtutor.com. I think we might do lesson 5 and lesson 6 next time. And if you're interested in doing these yourself, all you need to run these programs is to have the NASM assembler on your program, on your Linux or Unix or whatever you're using to do this. And so this is on Kali Linux, but I think it's on a bunch of other Linux distributions as well. So you can go over to JS Linux, which is our favorite little web accessible version of Linux. And to anybody who's wondering, this is RISC-V. No, this isn't going to work. We wanted to take a look at a x86 one. So let's do an x86 Linux over here. This is what I'm looking at right now. So hopefully this Linux virtual machine has NSM installed. But if all else fails, you can just use Kali Linux, and you should be able to write x86 assembly with Kali Linux. I wonder why this isn't going. Oh, this is the window one. I don't want the window one. Okay, sorry, wrong link. This is the right link. Okay, so this is JS Linux. Jason says, NetWide Assembler is great and runs on just about everything. So yeah, NASM, ooh, there's no NASM on here. So you're not going to be able to access it from JS Linux. I wonder if it's installed in Ubuntu or not. Well, you should be able to install it. The problem with the JS Linux over here is that you can't install anything new on the operating system. But another thing that you could do if you just want to write assembly language and just figure out if it's working or not, there is an online IDE for assembly language. So NASM compiler online. So this should work. I think I've used a couple of these. So this is the NASM compiler online. And you can just mess around with this as well if you don't want to compile on your own. But anyways, let's go ahead and OreoByte says, what about Python using Keystone Engine? Python using Keystone Engine. I've never heard of Keystone Engine before. Let me look that up. So Keystone, the ultimate assembler, multi-architecture, multi-platform, open source assembler framework. Huh. I've never heard of this. Is this? I'm gonna have to look into this. I don't have any experience with this, Oreo Byte. But thank you very much for bringing this to my attention. Keystone engine, it's got, there's something for, interesting. I'll need to take a look at this later, but yeah, thanks for the heads up. All right, everybody, we're going to be moving on into our final portion of the stream, and in the final portion of the stream, we're going to be doing some Windows hacking. So it feels like a long time since we did like every stream we were doing Windows hacking, but yeah, now we're only doing Windows hacking once a week, and it feels like forever. Anyways, we're going to be hacking against this challenge right over here. It's called Controller, and it's hosted on the Vulnyx.com website. And this is what we're going to be working on for the next 2 hours. So if you've never done any Windows hacking before, you stick around, and we're going to be talking about some of the fundamentals and some of the tools that we use for. Oriobyte says it does feel like forever. Yeah, so only once a week. That does feel like a really long time. But we're trying to do some different stuff on the channel these days. We like to do Linux on Mondays, and we like to do web apps on Wednesdays, and we like to do Windows on Fridays. Let's see. Oriobyte says, "What about that DLL?" Yeah, no. If you want to go over that challenge on stream, I told you earlier that I was thinking of doing it next Friday. If you're okay with that, we should have a little chat, and we're gonna figure out how to co-stream that. But anyways, this is the controller challenge, and so to do these challenges, what you need to do is you need to download the virtual machine associated with the challenge, which you can do over the download link, and then deploy the virtual machine to your own network, along with a security version of Linux, so something like a Kali Linux, and that's what we're going to be doing today. Oh yeah, Oriobyte. I gave you the date. It was the 14th. So today's the 7th. At least I think I included the. At least I think I included the date. Anyways, let's start up the controller machine. So this is a modern version of Windows, so there is a possibility that we're going to have to deal with some Windows antivirus evasion today, which is not going to be very fun. I've got the virtual machine spinning up on my host over here. And let's see how long it takes. So I'm pretty sure that this is a Spanish version. No, it's not a Spanish version of Windows. Huh. I'm so used to working with Spanish versions of Windows and using Spanish cybersecurity education platforms, so I'm always surprised when there's some English stuff. Caesar3 says, "What do you think about Vulnyx?" Vulnyx is great. To anybody who doesn't know, I've done a lot of challenges on Vulnyx, and right now I've got yeah, it's an Active Directory challenge. So actually, no, I'm not taking a look at Vulnyx. I'm taking a look at YouTube. So YouTube, my channel over here, I've got to anybody who's interested in doing Vulnyx machines and is new to doing CTF box exercises like the ones on Vulnyx are, I've got a playlist of all of my Vulnyx challenges and Vulnyx challenges, yeah. So there's a lot of stuff here if you want to take a look at some walkthroughs for these Vulnyx machines. It teaches you a lot about basic Linux hacking skills if you're interested. Okay, they've got ads running on Twitch right now, so there'll be ads on YouTube as well. And let's let's play some birds. We'll be back in just about 30 seconds or so. Okay, let's put the birds away. So everybody, if you have any questions or comments or just anything you want to talk about while we're doing these challenges, I don't mind talking or getting sidetracked a little bit. I'm here. I'm more here to talk to everybody than to do these challenges, especially this challenge because we're not doing a demonstration. We're more like doing a challenge where we're trying to figure out how to finish these boxes. We might or might not finish the box, and we might or might not need help from the viewers to get this done. Jason says, I've been looking for offline images to practice on and haven't heard of Vulnyx before. Thanks. Yeah, let me point you at one other website as well, Jason. So there's Vulnyx and there's also hackmyvm.eu. And hackmyvm.eu, let me log in here. It's another site where you can download vulnerable VMs, but hackmyvm.eu is very well. It's not very Spanish, but it is sort of Spanish. So you're going to encounter a lot of Spanish stuff on here, but it's another great resource for for vulnerable virtual machines. Okay, so let's start the challenge. The first thing we need to do when we start any of these challenges is we need to locate the machine on the network. Actually, this portion of the stream is a little bit more relaxed. So let's go ahead and play some music. Ooh, that's not what I wanted to play. Hold on, let me go back. Let's go, which one of my playlists should we play? How about Independence War? This is a great little soundtrack. Okay, let's set the music and make sure it's not too loud, because if it's too loud, it's no good. And let's go ahead and try to locate the machine on our network. So if you don't know where a machine is on your network, you can't hack against it, and then we're very sad. So what we need to do is we need to use the Nmap program to try to figure out where the machine is on our network range. So actually, let me check to see that my network range is up. So I'm on the ETH1 interface, and it doesn't look like I have an IP address. So I need to do DC client to get myself an IP address. Okay, so now I have the address of number 6, and we can go ahead and scan using Nmap. Okay, so we are number 6. There is a number 7, which is also running VirtualBox, so we can scan against this. Still a bit loud. Okay, so let's run Nmap to figure out what ports are open on the target. So we're going to run it with common scripts and versioning information with this argument here. We'll run it very verbose, and we're going to run it very, very fast. So this is what we do for CTF boxes. This is not what we do for real-life engagements. If you run Nmap this quickly in a real-world environment, there are going to be bad things that happen. But since this is a isolated environment, we don't care too much about that. Okay, so this is going to scan the box very, very quick. So what do we find? We've got typical Windows ports like 139, 53, 445, 135, and a bunch of ports on the 40,000 range. This is very typical for Windows targets. These ports right here, 53 and 88, these are indicative of Active Directory environment, because these are associated with Active Directory Active Directory services. 88 is Kerberos, and 53 is DNS. So we also find that there is WinRM on the box as well, which is this port right here, 5985. Gino says OS. I'm running, my host machine is running Windows 10, and I'm currently running Kali Linux as a virtual machine. And the Kali Linux virtual machine is on the same network as the Windows machine that we're trying to hack right now. So that's why you can see Kali Linux right here. Yeah. We're running Kali because Kali's nice and easy. All right, so what should we do now? So we found a bunch of, we didn't find too many unusual ports, although I wonder what this is right here. This is, oh, HTTP API. This is probably some sort of RDP, and not sure what this service is either. .NET message framing. We might investigate this a little bit later if we don't find anything else. Oreobyte says Kali app upgrade Y and everything is broken. Yeah, I haven't updated my Kali Linux in a while because every time I've been having some problems. I'm waiting for the next major update, maybe some sort of Kali Linux 2025 image, before I start messing around with it again. So what's going on over here? I think what we're going to do is we're going to start with our SMB enumeration. So SMB, we were talking about SMB earlier today. So netexec is a program that we can use for Windows security testing, and netexec is usually abbreviated to NXC. We need to provide. I haven't run netexec on this box before. Okay, so what is the? I don't remember what it looks like. So it's netexec and then the service SMB and then the IP address. I think it's 192.168.10.7, and we need to supply a username and a password. I think that's what it is. I don't remember how to do this. Hold on. Okay, what do we need to do? Oh, H for host. Okay. Is it H for host? Option, IP, options. Oh, service option, UP. Okay, great. Let's see. So U and P. So we're going to provide U blank, P blank, username blank, password blank. We're going to see if we can find anything just by querying SMB by itself. Okay, so it looks like this is control.nix. Okay. And the name of the machine is controller. Let's try getting some shares. Oreobyte says you can do it without options if you just want to get the domain and stuff. Okay, so it looks like we get access denied when we try to look for shares. That's okay. What we can do now is we can see if there's a guest account available. So when we use netexec, we're going to examine the SMB service on this IP address, we have to provide a username and password. That username and password could be blank, but if we use a blank username and password, we might not get so many good results. So right now we're going to specify the guest account, and we're going to see if the guest account is activated on the machine. So there's no guest account, the account has been disabled. So that's fine. What we're going to do now is we're going to do some Kerberos. We're going to do something with the Kerberos program, and we can do some enumeration using a program called Kerbrute. Build seems old. Exploit time. Maybe. Maybe this is a Windows 10 server. Windows 10 server 2019. This might be vulnerable to some sort of well-known exploit, but we might investigate that a little bit later. Right now, what I really want to do is I want to figure out if we can get some usernames, and we're going to use the Kerbrute program to do that. So we can look this up. So Kerbrute GitHub. This is a program that we can use to enumerate the Kerberos service, and I'm just going to go over and get the binaries. If anybody's wondering which repository we're looking at, let me provide the link in the chat. Okay, so we're going to run Kerbrute on Linux, which means we're going to be using our Kerbrute Linux AMD 64. Let's get this binary. Oriobyte says, counterpoint, mount the virtual disk image and extract admin hash and just pass the hash victory. If only. If only were that easy. Okay, let's go ahead and download the Kerbrute program. So wget and then download the thing. Okay, so we should have the Kerbrute program in here. Let's make it executable. Chomod. It's not Chomod, it's Chmod. Okay, so let's try running Kerbrute. I think we need to... I don't remember the syntax anymore. So Kerbrute command. So Kerbrute, then I'm going to try to figure out valid usernames. So enumerate valid domain usernames by Kerberos. So user enum. So run user enum, and we need to supply the I think we need to supply the DC, the location of the domain controller. So domain controller is going to be this, and we're going to run it on the same IP address. No domain specified. You must specify a full domain. Okay, so the full domain is going to be domain string. Ah, okay. So the domain is going to be, what was it called? So netexec. Oh, this is the netexec. I shouldn't be using this one. Hold on. So netexec nxe. Oh. I need to save this out somewhere. Hold on. Actually, let's just do this in another. Yeah. Okay, so what was the name of the thing again? It was... Control R. What does Control R do again? Let's see. So the full, it's control.nix. Okay. So the domain is control.nix. What's wrong with my syntax? There's got to be something that I'm not doing correct. Username flags, username word list. Okay, I need a username word list as well. Let's go ahead and supply that username word list. Control R, type NYNXC. It'll autocomplete previous in descending. Oh, let's try that out. NXC, then Control R. Wait, Control R, NXC. Yeah, it's I think for each one of these terminals, it's got separate ones for each terminal. Whoops, sorry about that. Same shell though, it might have context. Okay, let's get a username list. So locate seclist grep users. So I want to look for is there one for Windows? No. Is there one for Okay, we've got 1 million usernames over here, so we can try this one. Usernames, 1 million usernames. Okay. Yeah, it's not going to have the same history depending on the terminal that's being used. What are we doing? We're doing it here. So curb root username flags username word list. Okay, I guess I need to get rid of this. Okay, this now now after looking up the syntax for a while. Oreobyte says trying to play catch up. Trying to play catch up where? DigiCool says, is this a Kali install or something? Are there word lists you had on file? Got here late. We've got the seclists collection over here. I'm not sure if it comes installed by default. You can install it pretty easily, but the word lists I got from the seclist repository. If you're wondering, you can always look up seclists on GitHub as well. Seclists, word lists, GitHub. Over here. Oreobyte says, download the box, trying to start it, but it's importing. Well, Oreobyte, I appreciate you trying to do the box along with me. Yeah. Okay, so what were we doing? We were looking up. Thank you very much for following Skysock T3. Not sure. But thank you very much for following on Twitch. You are now a HackerFrog. Thank you very much for following DigiCool. Thank you. And why don't y'all have some Hack the Planet? There you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, so we're using the curb root program to use Kerberos enumeration. And we're trying to figure out what usernames are valid on this box. So there's administrator, of course. We're gonna see if we get any other hits. Not completely sure. Hackermans, thank you very much for the Hackermans. Awesome. And I see you got a maple leaf in your icon, in your avatar over there. Are you Canadian? Digicool? Let me know. Because I am also Canadian. What a coincidence. Awesome. Okay, so in the meantime, what can we do with netexec? So if we don't have a valid username, it's hard to get. Actually, I wonder if we can enumerate users even if we don't have a valid username and password. The other thing we could go about doing Oh. Okay, it didn't give us any usernames. That's fine. We can go ahead and see if this is vulnerable to MS17010, which is Eternal Blue. If this is vulnerable to Eternal Blue, I'd be very, very surprised. Canadian Love, yep. All about that Maple Leaf. Okay, so didn't give us positive for MS17010. How about zero logon? So sometimes we catch these systems vulnerable to vulnerabilities that should not be, such as zero logon. Maybe not in this case. Let's take a look. We should also take a look at the nmap output again. So administrator, we haven't found any usernames yet. Let's take a look at these. So we got 53, which is DNS, 88, Kerberos, this stuff, LDAP. Is this a domain controller or just a server? This is a domain controller. This is just a singular box, but it also has Kerberos exposed, and other stuff that we associate with Active Directory, which means that this has to be the domain controller. So what else is here? We got LDAP. We have we have WinRM. I wonder what this port is. Let me do some research. So TCP port this thing. Okay, so what is this port used for? Please tell me. Web services for management, WS management protocol, required for clients to access the CA server using certificates. Let's see if there's something on this in Hacktricks. So Hacktricks is a fun little resource that we like to use, and we can search all sorts of great technologies and software that we want to hack, and sometimes it has an answer for us. In this case, maybe not. But if you want to take a look at Hacktricks yourself, you can get it from this link over here. Let's see. Digital says, looks like obfuscated RDP. Digital also says, any open shares via net use. MT Arcade, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Thank you very much. And why don't you have a Nyan cat? There you go. Okay, so it doesn't look like we've had any luck here so far. We didn't get anything, any response when we checked it for zero logon. We don't have any additional usernames. You know, you know what I'm going to do. You know what I'm going to do just for fun. I'm going to run enum for Linux. I know enum for Linux is usually pretty bad at looking at modern Windows targets, but you know, we might get lucky with our enum for Linux output, so might as well give it a try. It does give us some information here. So this is the control domain. Allows sessions using null username and password. Great. part of a domain, not a workgroup. Great. Doesn't give us any information here. Rid brute. Caesar says rid brute. Yeah, I can give that a try. Unfortunately, it doesn't usually work. It doesn't usually work if you don't have a valid username and password. Share enumeration. Was it able to get any shares? Okay, so unable to connect with SMB version 1. So no dice so far. I don't think we're going to get anything else. Digital says we're not supposed to use one any. yeah, we're not supposed to use one, but there are lots of Windows Active Directory domains that do have SMB1 enabled because they have to interface with some old version of Windows that does not have, it's not capable of using SMB version 2. Access denied. Okay, so it looks like we're not getting anything from this. Let's try running nmap again. And this time we're going to run it with the SMB vulnerability scripts. So let me just look up how to do that really quick. Nmap SMB vuln. Okay, so pen testing SMB, they've got this big article on it. I'm looking for the SMB scripts that look for vulnerabilities. Here we go. Okay, so I'm running the nmap script for SMB vulnerabilities to figure out if we can find any more, any vulnerabilities to known SMB stuff. Looks like we didn't get anything. So we got false, error. Nope, no easy wins here. Let's try using. So somebody suggested using rid brute. So that was Caesar 3. Let's go ahead and try that out. Oops. Usually doesn't work unless you have a valid username and password. Let's see if we managed to find any. So still haven't managed to find any over here. So communication error. Access denied. Okay, so let's try. I think there's a module called SMB Ghost, I think. We're basically going to try to check for any of these common SMB vulnerabilities. So it looks like there's no SMB Ghost. We got an ad running on Twitch, so let's watch the birds. That's a bird. I'm gonna take a little drink. Just a moment. Whoops. Okay, so Jason says, probably going to try this one myself. I'm going to take off to avoid spoilers. Thanks for the stream. Check out Micro Corruption. I think you'd like it. Yeah, I took a look at Micro Corruption. I got stuck on the tutorial, but thank you very much. I'll take a look at it again. I'll probably get more into it when I get a little bit more serious about my reverse engineering stuff. But thank you very much, and thank you very much for all of your contributions this stream. It was fun chatting. Anyways, let's send you off with a Hack the Planet. Let's go ahead and do that, and have yourself a great night.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
OreoBite says, not sure if you'd like me to dump with you on voice chat for this one. Let's see. You know what I'm concerned about? I'm concerned about getting voice to work on stream. That was something I wanted to talk with you about off stream, because I need to make sure that I've got a pretty bad track record of audio issues, but join not dump, jump not join. Can you Skysock Q43 what? Skysock, can you hack Facebook? If I could hack Facebook, I wouldn't hack Facebook live, because hacking Facebook live sounds like an easy way to get arrested. But anyways, that's just a joke, because we don't do any cybercrime here. We don't do anything illegal here. Please don't demonetize my stream, YouTube. I'm trying very hard not to say the naughty words that get my stream demonetized. Thank you. Anyways, OreoBite says, let's see, I don't mind if my voice is on stream. Not sure if that is what you want, since you use this for your YouTube videos. I only do walkthroughs for YouTube videos. I don't do, these kind of challenge things for YouTube. But I wouldn't mind having you on stream, because actually, I wonder how. So when was the last time you did? When was the last time you did a stream, OreoBite? Because there's the collaboration, the stream collaboration feature. I'd like to give that a try sometime. But we should probably get that. We should probably talk about that over the weekend or something. Anyways, we're not finding anything so far, so just administrator. You know what we could do? We could try doing some ASREP roasting, because we don't necessarily need. OreoBite says, stream together like a week ago. A week ago? We didn't stream together a week ago. Or did we? Were we streaming together a week ago? I don't think we were. But you were streaming. You were streaming a week ago, is what you're trying to say, right? Reddit Blaze because the pop-up for stream together came up. Oh, right. But yeah. I'd like to do a stream together sometime. You were talking about doing the DLL hack, I think. Yeah. But let's talk about that. Let's talk about that off stream and get a better idea about all the technical aspects of that. Let's do some ASREP roasting over with NetExec. How do you do? I need to look this up every time. So there's a wiki for NetExec. Caesar 3 says LDAP anonymous mind, maybe? Using, let's see, fork process so it doesn't die. Oh, right. Yeah, that's the thing we were talking about, I'm pretty sure. ASREP roasting. So, ASREP roasting without authentication, let's go ahead and try this. So, we're doing LDAP stuff. So as rep roast, we have to do this on LDAP. Let's see if we can do this without a password. Okay, so it looks like we exception while counting protoflow, invalid connection. So I think so is that invalid connection because we don't have a valid user account? Let's try the administrator then. Name or service unknown. Let's try it one more time, but with the Spanish spelling instead for some reason. Okay, that's the same error. So I guess that's a no-go. We still only have the administrator user. Let's try it with the guest account. It's probably gonna give us an error again, but might as well cover our bases. So Caesar3, you mentioned LDAP anonymous bind. I don't think I've done one of those attacks before. Let me look it up on HackerFrogs. So pentesting LDAP anonymous binds. So allow unauthenticated attackers to retrieve information from the domain, such as a complete list of users groups. Okay. However, admins may have needed to set up a particular application to allow anonymous binds and given out more than intended amounts of access. Great. If you have valid credentials to log into the LDAP server, you can dump all the information about the domain using LDAP domain dump. So does this teach us how to do the anonymous bind attack? This is a legacy configuration. Oh, okay. So it's probably not going to work because it says, as of Windows Server 2003, only authenticated users are permitted to initiate LDAP requests. All right. Okay. Oh, awesome. We've got another username now, controller. So now that we've got a non-administrator user name, we can try to brute force their password. So let's try brute forcing with curbrute. Okay, so we know we've got this username over here, and let's look up curbrute user password. GitHub. Okay, we should have some examples over here. So brute user, brute force a single user's password from a word list. This is probably what we're looking for. Brute user. Let's take a look. So they've got password spray, brute user. Okay. So Okay, so brute user, and then all the stuff, and then the lists, and then the username. So it's going to be brute user, and then the lists, and then the username. The username is controller, and the user list we're going to use rocku.txt because it's a standard one. So user share word lists, rocku.txt. Oh, why is this not? Why is did I not word? Oh, I need to correctly spell word lists. All right. So we're trying to brute force this user's password using curbrute. So we're going to try rocku.txt. If rocku.txt doesn't work, it might be because we need to use a different list. Okay, so what else can we do? We can try the asrep roast again, but with the controller user, and we can try doing it unauthenticated. See if that works. Okay, that didn't work. So I guess what we need to do, we're just waiting right now. We're waiting on if we can brute force this user's password. If we can, then we are really happy. If we can't, then we are very unhappy. Let's try continuing the user enumeration in another tab. So let's just go to another tab and keep on brute forcing those usernames. Okay, this is still brute forcing. Let's rename this tab brute force. And I guess we'll call this one brute force 2. All right. And let's give this one a fun color. How about purple? Yes. All right. So meanwhile in netexec, what are some other modules we could do? So there are a bunch of other vulnerability modules that we can run inside of netexec. Okay, so using modules. So we've got Spooler, Print Nightmare, Petit Potam. The names of these Windows exploits are really funny. Okay, so we're still brute forcing over here. Let's take a look at the modules available for SMB. Is it -H that gets the available modules? Command execution. Credential gathering. So I'd like to tell everybody that I still consider myself a big newbie as far as Windows hacking is concerned. Okay. Caesar 3 has a -L. Thank you. Okay, so we've got high privilege modules and we've got low privilege modules. So we're looking for common vulnerabilities. So MS17 Eternal Blue, right? We've got printer bug, we've got print nightmare. Print nightmare sometimes works. So print nightmare, sometimes we can enumerate it without valid credentials. Print nightmare. I've never done. Oh, that's supposed to be SMB. That's supposed to be SMB. I've never performed this attack successfully before, so it would be something I need to look up. But what else do we have? We've got WebDAV, we've got Zero Logon, Spooler, Spider Plus, SMB Ghost, Slinky. I've never heard of this one. Shadow Course, Scuffy, Print Nightmare. Let's try the SMB Ghost one next. Okay, so Print Nightmare didn't come back positive, so let's try SMB Ghost. Print Nightmare didn't work. So after this, we're going to take a look at some LDAP modules. Okay, so this didn't explicitly tell us that it's vulnerable, so I'm guessing it's not vulnerable. Let's go ahead and take a look at the LDAP modules. Oh, Oreo Bite. If you want to start streaming, then we could try the stream collab, see if we can get it working. So low privilege modules. What we got? DACL read and back up the discretionary access control lists. Enum trusts, extract all trust relationships. Find computer. Retrieves all lapse passwords. Who am I? Get details of a provided user. How many of these can I run without valid user credentials? Let's try this with the controller user just for fun. So LDAP and M, what is this? Who am I? Oops, controller. Let's see if this works. Unrecognized arguments. Okay. So how are we supposed to run this? Group membership, oh, you know what? So it looks like with netexec, we can run a bunch of stuff that we previously had to use RDP client to do. So this I mean, this seems pretty fun. Okay, so I need to look up how to use this module. Let's try. Let's see. Twitch may record video and sound while you're backstage for safety reasons. Recordings may not be shared publicly and will be treated blah 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 blah. Get started. Use your microphones. Sure. Hello? Hey chat, can you hear? Well, okay, chat can hear me. I can't hear OreoBite. OreoBite, I can't... Hello, OreoBite, how are you? let me hook up the audio to the stream, and then we'll see if the people can hear you. Let me fix these properties. So let's see, web browser audio. Need to set up with the Chrome, I think.
Apparent reason, the machine I'm using, the Windows key arrow keys are not moving the windows. I'm trying to manually move them all over the place.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well. Could you speak up?
Let me take this off. Hold on.
Okay, so we've got.
How about now?
Yeah, that's a bit too loud now. Let me see if I can turn you down in the.
Excited.
Okay. I'm just turning down the volume so it's a little less loud on my side. Could you try again?
What's up?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Okay, so everybody on stream,
Okay.
if you can hear OreoBite, please let us know, because I'm trying to set it up so that everybody can hear.
Oh, thanks for the follow, John.
Okay, HD Gamers GTS says, I can hear him just fine, it's you that I can barely hear. Huh. Oh, everybody, can you not hear my... That's weird. The audio settings are getting all messed up. Okay, so everybody, I'm speaking at a normal volume now. Can you hear what I am saying? So answer yes or no. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see. HD Gamer GTS, are you in OreoBite's chat, or are you in the Shy Hats chat? Let me know.
It seems like I don't know.
It could be that people can't hear me in your. Yeah. People can't hear me in your chat, OreoBite.
Oh, it's because I don't have that set up like that because I usually stream alone.
Right. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Audio issues can get a bit dicey.
It's I probably have to where's my mouse?
So I think you should be okay if you do you have your desk? Are you streaming your desktop audio?
I have desktop audio, but nothing's playing.
Okay.
I could just. Is it possible just to add another?
You can add a you can, I think it's the same for either OBS or Streamlabs. You just need to add your
I mean, it's probably an issue of me not turning you up because I usually keep my music kind of low.
Oh, okay.
How about now? Can people hear you now?
Okay, HD Gamer says that they can hear loud and clear now.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're just trying to I can't I haven't been able to find a valid user account on this box here. I'm trying to brute force the controller user over here. We found that one through the Kerberos program.
And you've tried our Avros, the ASREP roast already?
Yeah, ASREP roast didn't go through. I think we need HD Gamer GTS. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you. You're now a HackerFrog. Why don't you have one of these? I hope my stream's audio doesn't start messing around with your audio. Agent 57 says this is wild. Yeah, we got 2 people hacking the same target. Isn't that amazing? All right. But yeah, you managed to get the box up and running without too many issues.
Yeah. Now to get around Kerberos.
Right. Agent 57, I think you're in the wrong chat to redeem Hack the Planet. You have to do that in my chat.
Yeah, this is invalid. That's invalid. That's fine.
Oh, right. I think I was in the middle of trying to figure out how to use the LDAP modules in what is it called again? NetExec. NetExec. LDAP. Who am I? I need to find an example. Scuzzy Stan says, well, I remember years ago doing pen testing stuff on Discord. Foot pics for sale. I don't think I've ever met Foot pics for sale. Oreo Bite, that's one of your acquaintances?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've actually met them in person, and we've done some stuff.
All right.
We've actually met at DEF CON.
Just a heads up. I'm trying not to get demonetized on my YouTube stream. So don't say the E word too many times. The E word is the EX word, and it can be applied to children as well as software. So just trying to play within the system. Anyways,
Can I say the SP and the rest without the EX part?
What?
Is that allowed?
No, well, let's just keep everything PG-13. How about that?
Okay.
Just call it a vuln. Okay, sure. Let's call it a vuln. I also called things hacks where I used to call them EXPs. But yeah. Anyways, I need to change up my my routine when I'm dealing with YouTube, because YouTube is kind of funny. And by funny, I mean not funny. Or hacks, right? Hacks, of course. Let's see. So, query LDAP as rep roasting.
I don't know. Maybe it's like
one
username through some type of
what is
rule
that?
set and making a word list and.
Oh, you think
brain?
Are you saying we should create a custom password list or something?
I'm debating.
Well, this is supposed to be a more difficult box, so I'm not sure how to go about it. Anyways, I've got ads running right now. I'm playing the birds, and
yeah, I'm gonna grab a file that was basically useless from a different box I did. Because I don't want to recreate the word list again. I'll just recreate the word list from scratch. Actually, do I want to use that tool?
We'll be back in about 20 seconds. Enjoy the woodpecker.
so much nicer. There's no stream delay.
Stream delay where?
Usually when you're watching somebody, there's some type of delay.
Oh, right. Like, yeah. There's usually like a few seconds of delay. Oh, okay. So we did the entire.
And one.
Oh, you know what? You know what just happened?
What?
The machine shut off by itself because the creator of the box was using a demo version of Windows. So the machine shuts off after an hour. So
Really?
just in case that happens to you, that's what happened. So I have to restart my machine.
Good to know, I guess.
Yeah, well, I noticed that that for these Windows boxes, some people go the demo machine route, and some people, I guess, I'm not sure how they got around it, but anyways,
Magic.
yeah, magic, right? Certainly not roaming the high seas and doing anything untoward or anything. Okay, let's.
Okay, we're gonna make a silly word list. Silly.
I think I'm gonna switch up my. By the way, can you You're not watching my stream right now, are you, OreoBite?
No, I mean I have it up. I don't have the audio playing.
Right. Okay. Every once in a while, I'm gonna be switching up my my music list. I've been doing some experimentation on YouTube to figure out which music tracks are gonna get flagged and which ones are not. It's been kind of fun.
Do you know when the box was created?
When this box was created? Yeah, we can look it up. Oh, who's rating? Somebody giving subscriptions? Oh, HD Gamer GTS, Jeffrey, the tier 1 subscription. Thank you very much, HD Gamer GTS.
Oh,
that's yours.
HD Gamer.
I've got shared chat right now.
Oh, thanks.
Well, what was I doing?
Hopefully I can hack to, I guess, one standard. So let's see. Cat dates.
Okay, let's try brute forcing that password one more time. I have a feeling it's not going to work because usually if you brute force and it takes over like 10 minutes or so, it's probably not gonna work out.
Oh no. Okay.
Oh, you asked when this challenge was released, right? Okay, let's take a look. So it was created back in last year, October. So it's not like super old. It's not a super old challenge, but it's still old enough so that the demo license ran out on Windows.
I'm trying to make a date word list by hand, kinda.
You mean 2024? Or like... Oh, by the way, OreoBite, what's your background? If you don't mind me asking.
How I got here, or
your
what I'm
cybersecurity
currently trying to do?
Your cybersecurity background.
Well, after fumbling through college of what I was trying to do with my life, I ended up on computer science,
Oh yeah.
but realized that I wasn't the best at calculus, so
Hmm.
I tried to do cybersecurity, and I really enjoyed it. After that, there was a tech school, and then I chased certifications ever since.
Yeah.
I have OSCP, ECCPT,
Hmm.
before UN security kicked the bucket, I guess.
Oh, EJPT. Yeah.
And yeah,
Okay.
been kind of just working on silly projects and.
I'm surprised. Are you aiming to become some sort of network pen tester, web app pen tester, something?
I'm honestly not sure at this point. I'm just like security job something, fill in the blank.
Oh yeah.
I am willing to learn if I don't know. If it takes me a day or a week or a month.
Okay. And I mean, I always advocate to people to join their local cybersecurity community. Do you live in a big enough city so that there's like a local scene?
There is one, but majority of the people I work with for CTFs and practice with are in other places.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because the way I got my first cybersecurity job is I got in good with the people in the local scene, and they were able to point me towards people who are looking for pen testers. What other list could we try that's not? Actually, there's like a sec list, 1 million passwords. Let me try that one. Try that with NetExec. What we got with the other lists?
Alright. Now let's add the user's name and the domain.
I can't believe I've got three tabs with brute forcing attacks all running at the same time. Maybe that's not the right way to do it.
Ah, yes. Let's flood traffic with requests instead of flooding with nmap. Perfect.
Well, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. What was that list? Caesar3 says, does it make it easier to get an entry-level job or internship if you have the OSCP? Yeah, it definitely makes it easier. OSCP is a really big human resources filter, and if you've got OSCP, then you're gonna get pushed to people over people who do not have OSCP. That is if you're looking for the right job, right? If you're looking at like a SOC role, OSCP is probably not going to help you out too much. But if you're looking for a pen tester role, then that kind of matches the description. Let's see. Let's locate sec lists and look for those passwords. But have you applied for a lot of jobs by any chance, sorry about it?
I applied for like 7 jobs like 2 weeks ago, and then lost. Kind of did the nobody responded, so I got sad and
Okay.
went back to basically studying to become more marketable.
Do you? I mean, are you a web app person as well as like a network person, or do you mostly try to do network stuff?
I spend way too much time trying to do evasion.
Well, I mean, evasion. There's probably going to be like if you get hired to do like network pen tests, there's probably going to be people like on the team that do a lot of this stuff, and they'd probably be able to show you a few pointers on that. I don't know if you need to go into the job already knowing all that stuff. Let's see. 10 million passwords. let's do that. Let's give it a go.
Watch it be make your own word list.
A what?
Oh, I was making the joke of like watch it be you have to make your own word list.
Well, I mean, making your own word list is fine, but maybe I should ask the AI for some suggestions for a word list that take different parts. So what we're going to do is trying to make a word list for CTF to brute force.
Okay, let's try that. Oh, there's a better tool for this, but I forgot the name.
I mean, is there like a script that that creates these kind of lists? So we want to include the month, the year, and the season as different.
And it's not in my notes.
Okay.
Or at least not in that file.
Digital says regular expressions have entered the chat. Yeah, I hate working with regex. I don't know. There are some people who really like it. Oh, okay. So DeepSeek over here is suggesting a Python script to create the list.
It's called username generator, I think.
Username generator?
Oh, there's so many different variations.
Well, I'm sure this kind of thing has been done a number of different times by all sorts of different people. Okay, let's try the word list that we got from DeepSeek.
Oh, yeah. I guess we can add those too.
What are you looking at?
Sometimes companies will be like, first, oh, we don't have their last name. It's just controller. That would only work if we had their last name or their full name.
Yeah. Okay, let's
So like
create...
first letter, first name, dot, last name. Never mind, that wouldn't work. I guess I'll just shoot this in the dark.
Well, even if we're not successful, I think learning how to do this collaboration stuff is worth the effort. Yeah. Word list created with many entries. Wordlist.txt.
Ah, it didn't work. Awesome. All right, we're gonna super cheat.
What do you call super cheating?
You could, when you're cracking passwords with Hashcat,
Yep.
you can also use it to make a word list by saying, hey, use this rule file, and then the rule file will take all the rules and make a word list out of it.
Now, I've never heard of that before. That sounds interesting.
Does the box turn itself off?
The
Or
box
might
turned
not.
off?
No, I don't think it turned off. I think it just finished. Curb scan. Now let's zoom out. Just trying to write down my notes.
I'm brute forcing on SMB, and it looks like The good thing is that we're not being locked out of the user account.
Wasn't it doing it through LDAP? Not LDAP, through Kerberos faster, but I don't remember.
Well, I mean, I've got stuff running on Kerberos, and I've got stuff running on SMB as well. I was kind of surprised that we were able to get the controller username from the word list because the word controller is spelled incorrectly. But I'm not here to be a grammar Nazi or anything. I shouldn't have used the N word. The N word with that refers to National Socialists.
I don't know how you got here, but we're here.
Yeah.
Hopefully this doesn't crash my computer.
Why? So I'm just wondering. Do you run Linux as a daily driver, or do you run Windows as your main system?
This is bare metal, only because I don't like doing hashcat in a VM. Technically, you could do it on Windows.
I think.
And then the second reason is more of a petty reason. Some applications you can somehow manage to get running on Linux.
Okay.
Don't run as hot on Linux because Windows telemetry and all that other stuff makes your CPU run way more warm.
Okay.
Basically. And
I'm pretty sure you can get Hashcat to run with your GPU if you're using VMware. But I've never done it myself because I don't really use VMware. I've never really needed to use my GPU for password cracking before. Or I guess you could say that I'm not super serious. I'm not serious enough to use my GPU for password cracking then. Loadout Lab says skating on thin ice, bud. Yeah, that YouTube censorship algorithm is gonna clap me if I don't watch my language. This isn't something I used to think about, but now that I can actually make money on YouTube, I have to be careful.
Just what was I gonna say? Is there like a little editor you could do in the dashboard?
To do what?
Edit out.
It's hard to do that with live streams. For regular uploaded videos, yeah. Okay, so what else can we do if we're not doing brute force attacks? There's got to be something I'm overlooking here. Ronan says hi Ronan, how are you doing? And let's give you a fun little redeem. How about a hack the planet for you? Let's see. Ankit Kumar
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
says grammar N-word is a bad word now. I'm not exactly sure which words are going to get me demonetized. I'm trying to avoid all the controversial words. But, I think this challenge would be a lot easier if there was some sort of web page where, where you could get all sorts of juicy user information. But I don't think it's going to be that easy.
You don't think it's just fast track and we're just using the wrong word list?
We should. You know what? I'll try fast track next.
Watch it be fast track.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is supposed to be a challenging. This is a medium level challenge from Vulnyx, and Vulnyx is actually after you get out of the low level difficulty, the easy level challenges are actually kind of challenging, but I'm not too sure. This is a medium level box, Agent 57 says, "What? Wait, what? You said?" Listen, I think we can talk about Edward Snowden. Oh wait, I wonder if that's gonna get me demon. Anyways, let's not think about that too hard.
Yeah, it wasn't fast track.
It wasn't fast track. Okay, good to know it wasn't. What else? Okay, let me.
It's not null sessions. It's not empty password. It's not
Mm-hmm.
random user that's fake with an empty password. It's not a fake user with a trash password that doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
We can't add rest. I always mess that up.
As rep.
We can't rest without a password.
So I'm wondering if there's some common, like SMB vulnerability that we're missing out on here.
You've tried an Vulnyx.
Yeah, we tried. I tried. What was it? SMB ghosts and zero logon.
Zero log is not vulnerable to check. No.
And we tried Eternal Blue. Not that didn't work either. Loaded Lab says Toxin Dawaki, we got him. Let me check to see if I'm still monetized right now. Actually, wait. If you weren't monetized, you wouldn't be able to see. If I weren't monetized, I wouldn't be able to insert ads. So if you see an ad, then I'm still monetized. Great.
Okay, an Vulnyx next gen didn't find anything either.
Let's see. AsRep Roast. Did I try AsRep Roast with that user? Yeah, but it wouldn't let us AsRep Roast without a password. Let me try that one more time.
Is it time to super cheat? Is it time to super duper cheat?
Well, you can go ahead and try.
Is it time? Oh, is it time? Pound SH. What's not just running in the background just in case?
Well, it's always nice to run brute forcing attacks in the background just in case, right?
Pwn is an automation script that does a bunch of enumeration for different things you may find or could find, and it's just one of those things to give at the problem. That's not auto config, just config. But I'm not sure.
I mean, I've never heard of that before. Could you pass the link over?
Get hack config. 1 pound. Go to your stream. Here you go. As long as I'm able. Okay, cool.
What is it called? Pwn linwinpwn.get.
Linwinpwn.
Interesting name. Okay, yeah. So Ronan, I'm gonna try it again. AsRep Roast. Try it again. Pretty sure it didn't work last time, but
controller client either a key tab or no session.
let me take a look at that GitHub repository.
Maybe it's going too fast and to the main machine.
Emmanuel G says, "This is cool. I've got a question though. I'm new to the stream. What did you study? I'm studying telecommunications, but I want to go all into cybersecurity. Did I choose the wrong career?" By the way, new sub on YouTube, also smiley face. Welcome, Emmanuel GU. And what did I study? I studied visual arts. I went to college for visual arts, and I was a person who did pencil drawings, and that's how I graduated from art school. But I wouldn't recommend you get into art school to do cybersecurity. I would recommend you do either computer science or some sort of development path. That is, if that's what you want to do. But telecommunications, maybe. I'm not sure. There are people who kind of come into cybersecurity from all sorts of different disciplines, and I wouldn't say that. Probably computer science is the stereotypical one. There are degrees in cybersecurity specifically now, but yeah, it doesn't look like it let us do ASRep roasting without a password.
My box just turned itself off.
Has it been an hour?
I guess so.
Well, looks like you have to.
Now we're twiddling our thumbs.
Gotta turn that thing back on.
I'm trying.
Loadout Lab says networking. Start here. Are you talking about Loadout Lab? Are you talking about computer networking or networking with people? Because both of those are true. Anki Kumar says your high school or college really does not matter. I don't think people are really paying attention to which school you went to when they're hiring for cybersecurity jobs. They're more interested in what you know. That's my feeling. Loadout Lab says I graduated with the bachelor's in cybersecurity this fall. Oh wait, does that mean you will graduate, or you've already graduated? Which one does that mean? Okay, so ASRep roasting didn't work. Brute forcing usernames. There might be another username on the box. If we can get another username, maybe we can do attacks against that one instead.
We would need another list.
Yeah, it could be that we need another password list to use. Loadout Lab says will graduate. Awesome, awesome. So Loadout Lab, let me ask you a question. As part of your cybersecurity bachelor's, did you get an internship? So is there did you get to work for some company doing cybersecurity stuff before you graduate? And is your cybersecurity program going to help you look for jobs? Just wondering about that. I wonder. I think we might be able to do more with LDAP, but I'm not too sure.
Like LDAP search?
Yeah, right. Or maybe like RDP client or something. We usually need credentials to get into RDP client, right? We've got ads running on Twitch, so ads on YouTube as well, and let's put on the birds.
My problem with LDAP is, for some apparent reason, they decided to change the syntax of the command. So half of the blogs you look at are all wrong. Super fun.
Wait, which program are you talking about?
LDAP search.
LDAP search. I don't think I've used LDAP search before. Just taking my little water break right now. I hope you are staying hydrated as well, Oreo Bite. Ankit Kumar says, my friend is in cybersecurity and he did get an internship right before graduation. Caesar3 says, why are my comments not being sent? Caesar3, I think the last comment I saw from you was... Does it make it easier to get an entry-level job or internship if you have OSCP? That was the last message I got from you, Caesar3. Emmanuel GU says, what kind of net are you trying to get into? I think I might have an idea. This is a Windows Active Directory network. That's what we're trying to break into right now. But Caesar3, why don't you resend your last couple of messages, and let's see if I can see them.
Also, thank you, MG Arcade, for the follow. Sorry for like. Alright, that didn't work either.
I'm sorry to drag you into this box. It doesn't seem to be very cooperative.
It's fine. I'm just.
Well, you know what? I think every time I get stuck on a box and then I look and then I usually look it up later and then I learn some sort of new stuff. It's only really disappointing when I have to look up the solution and it's actually something that I knew about already. If it's something that I've never encountered before, then I don't consider it a loss. Because there's no way I could have known how to do some technique that I've never heard of before, right? Let's see. Anki Kumar says, what if brute force locks out your account? Well, I mean, it doesn't lock out your account in this case. If it did lock out the account, then we would need to reinstall the box, which would be a big pain in the butt. Loadout Lab says, my university used to do internships. They stopped for some reason a couple years ago. I work in tech already, so it's not a big deal. I'm older, so I was just looking for a piece of paper, which is the degree. Oh, cool. Cool. Are you trying to pivot into cybersecurity for a new role? You said that you already work in tech right now. Emmanuel says, this might be just a rookie talking, but Eternal Blue might help or something similar. Yeah, we should probably... Well, I mean, I think we've already tried a bunch of different vulnerabilities like Eternal Blue. Let's try a few more modules.
If you're doing it with Nmap, the problem is sometimes it says it's vulnerable and it really isn't.
Yeah, false positives. Caesar3 says, maybe because I'm trying to send a link to the GitHub repo. What I'm trying to say is cheat it a little bit. None of these word lists will lead to a thing. Use these word lists. Oh. Caesar3 is throwing us a bone. Okay. Well, I mean, we probably weren't going to get there unless we got some help. Oreo Bite. I'm gonna. Let's see.
Another work list.
I'm gonna share the link that.
Add these all together into one file.
Yeah, is that the way to do it? Let me bring up the word list.
Should use a question.
Kerberos enum user lists. Oh, user lists. Okay. Kerberos enumeration, username enumeration, top 500 common usernames. Huh. Okay. Is there a list of all of them together? That's a good question.
I'm just gonna cat them all to one file.
We've got surnames. We got.
Do you want the file? It's
Sure, sure.
97,000.
90. Ooh. Can you put it? Can you upload it to GitHub or something?
I can.
You know what? Let's do something more fun. Let's just use localhost run. And I'll just send it to you over the internet. How about that? Do you want to do that?
Whatever you want, man.
We just gotta put this in its own directory so nothing suspicious happens. Because of
Okay, so we got
gonna be
top 500
Paste.
female first names, male first names, surnames. First names and surnames. And top 50. Oh, jeez. Okay.
Comments.
Let me.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna clone this repo.
I mean, hold on. Just, let me cook.
And let's see. Caesar3, thank you very much for the hint. I really appreciate that. Loaded Lab says, I'm trying to get into the cyber side. I'm desktop support right now. Emmanuel says, maybe a little script in Python or C++ could join all of them together. I think I have something on a USB.
Oh, well, if you just want to pull it yourself, that's fine too.
I think... No. I get cloned the repository. I'm gonna just try the list one by one.
I just did cat star.txt into redirecting them all, because you can cat t files together by redirecting the output of all the cats.
That's gonna be a giant list for sure.
I mean, it's awful. Okay, I guess we're not gonna do. Maybe I'll show that off some other time.
Okay,
I think
so
that'd
we
be
got...
a useful video idea.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, what kind of YouTube content they've been making? Have you been making in the past?
Cross compiling video, one server video. I don't know. I'm kind of like all over the place. It's either like evasion or compiling or forensics, kind of. I want to make content that is useful, but not basically something that would be nice to know, but some people might not consider doing because it will probably take too long. If that makes sense.
I'm not quite
share
following.
knowledge that is useful, but people might not feel the need to find because it either doesn't exist or to discover it will take way too long.
Oh, okay. So it's like kind of, what is the word? Curation.
Yeah. That's the silly idea, I guess.
Okay, so let's try the.
Ouch. Yeah, I already found it.
Oh, you found
That
it?
was fast.
You found it? Which why don't you paste it in chat?
It's too long for chat.
It's too long. The username is too long for chat?
Because if Kerberit detects a user that is susceptible to ASREP roasting, it'll automatically do it.
ASREP roasting?
I mean, just when you grab the file that it's in, and then you could do it. Or...
Okay. Oh, United States Roleplay says hello on YouTube. Hello, United States Roleplay. How are you doing? And that's an interesting username, United States Roleplay. What is it? What are you referencing there? Anyways, let's give you a Hack the Planet. And welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
I'm sending messages to... What? How's it possible?
So which... Mickey says, "Hi guys, what platform is this? This seems way nicer than THM or HTB. I'm a cybersecurity student." Mickey's, this is nice avatar by the way, Mickey's. This is Vulnyx. So Vulnyx is another cybersecurity platform, kind of like. So A to Z surnames.txt. This word list works. Okay. Let me do that myself. So this is the platform we're looking at right now. We're looking at this machine in particular, which is a Windows Active Directory one, and we're trying to figure this out. So it's the A to Z surnames. A to Z dot surnames. Okay. Oh yeah. That seems like a very common pattern. Okay. B. Lewis. Okay. All right. Okay, so we've got the username. It's B. Lewis, and I guess we can try our RockU brute forcing from there. Let's see.
Yeah, let's clean this up. I'm using Tmux, so I'm going kind of fast, unfortunately.
Well, there's nothing wrong with going fast. If you get ahead of me, that's fine.
It's not about it's about people following along, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
You actually take your time, which is nice. I kind of just...
Oh yeah. That's the reason I do like full screen terminal. It's so that people can follow along easier. Let's see. Mickey says, "I'll try this one for sure. Thank you so much." Yeah, no problem, Mickey's, and welcome. You're a cybersecurity student. How long have you been learning cybersecurity, and are you going to school for cybersecurity, or how are you doing that cybersecurity study? Please let me know. So B. Lewis, we got this username with a little bit of help. It's letter dot surname. That's a pretty good list. Let's take a look and see if we managed to get any. Still haven't brute forced that password, but wait. Did you say that that user was able to do ASREP roasting?
Did your Kerbrute not do it?
No.
It should have dumped out the hash when it was discovered.
Really?
Oh.
I
no.
mean, I might not be.
I might new user. Oh, then you. What version of Kerbrute are you using? It must be old.
Maybe that might be it. But I can do the ASREP roasting manually with netexec.
I closed my Discord, but I have. I'm shot.
So let me do ASREP roasting with B. Lewis.
Well, open Discord, send you this picture, and immediately post it.
Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna try rep. What was that? I always get the syntax incorrect. As
this
rep
is what mine
roast.
looks like.
Okay, I don't have. Okay, let me take a look at your Discord message. Yeah, it didn't do it automatically for me. So I'm just gonna manually do it with netexec. But I'm glad we're getting somewhere. Is that how you spell it? Sometimes I feel like I'm super. Yeah, go ahead.
The only problem with unless I need to specify it, is the format is broken, potentially.
Oh,
Hash,
right.
example hashes.
LDAP. Caesar3 says, bro, your machine is running at 110%. Yeah, it does seem to be super spiking right now. Actually, I can shut down the rest of my brute forcing stuff because I don't need that. So I'm just gonna shut down my brute forcing.
Let's just use John because John will. Always
Yeah. Okay. Now my machine is not throwing a fit.
Oh, and it's doing that. Oh,
Huh.
That's fine.
So the ASRep roast didn't work here.
Please don't explode.
Maybe I need to do it manually with Kerbrute.
That did not crack. That okay? That must be like messed up or something. Awesome. We're not doing this.
So there's I think there was an imp packet. There was an imp packet. Right. Imp packet can be used for ASRep roasting. Thank you. Maybe netexec needs an update. That's possible. That's very possible. Thank you very much for the command syntax there, Caesar3. Okay. So users file, no pass, domain. The domain is controller. Actually, the domain is or is it IP is oh, I need a users file, right? Oh,
come on.
Okay, so I got a hash. So
Okay, that looks a little bit better.
let's redirect this into okay, so we've got our hash right here. I think we need to strip out this. Okay, so what were you using to crack the ASRep roast hash? Hashcat?
Yeah, I just need to find the correct format. Oh, it's not. It's a 18200 is the format. Please crack, don't explode. Please crack, don't explode. Please crack, don't explode.
Okay, cracking Active Directory passwords with ASRep roasting. Let's. I'm always looking at these articles.
I got it.
You got the hash? You cracked it?
Password.
Okay. Send me the command line argument you used. Send me the hashcat command that you used.
So the command.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
You might need --force if it's already on my clipboard.
I mean to need to what?
File users. This is the wrong file. Invalid. Go put this in discovery.
So when did you get your OSCP?
2022, I think.
3 years.
Like right after they added the Active Directory part.
Oh yeah. How did you find the the study material that they included for Active Directory?
When I took it, I didn't feel like it was adequate, but what they've done now is much better in the sense of like preparing you. Because when they shifted the exam over, they didn't. The lab network was kind of inadequate, but that's fixed now.
Oh yeah. I suppose there's a lot more Active Directory machines on their lab network now.
In the sense of like some of the steps you may need,
Mm-hmm.
you didn't feel prepared for because
how it originally was didn't seem like it demanded that type of skill set.
Okay.
Let's call this Rust. Now we have nanocreds.
Okay, so I'm just gonna do more netexec enumeration with
Now we can do curb roasting because we have odd creds.
Yep.
Oh.
So username is blewis.
Music. Always stay organized. Or at least attempt to. And have
That's a
my
problem.
recommendation is if you do tackle something like the OCP,
Mm-hmm.
1, stay organized, and 2, write everything down, and more importantly, 3, write everything down with an application that autosaves. So
Yeah, I think
halfway
some
through your
people do,
computer crashes, you still have your stuff.
I think the OCP doesn't allow you to do a recording, right?
No, not like video recording. Like, let's say you're using Obsidian. Obsidian autosaves your documentation. So if your computer crashes, you still have all your notes in like Markdown or whatever format you like to take your notes.
Okay.
Recording videos against the rules. Yeah.
Right, recording video and doing like a console, like a terminal recording. That's against the rules as well. I took the OCP before. I didn't pass. This was back in 2021, so this was before they introduced Active Directory to the exam. Let's see if we can get users. There were no real. Okay, we've got other users now. So we can do a little bit of enumeration with this new list of users. Oh, one of them. There's most of these users have their accounts disabled. So we only have one more account that we got from the user enumeration. Okay, so we've got a couple of users now.
Oh. If I was doing a more official box or a more official thing that required a report, I would not be stuffing everything into a single text file because you need screenshots.
Yeah.
Screenshots, everything.
Screenshots get the report done.
It's better to have more and be like, oh, I don't need it, than it is to be like, oh, I should have taken that screenshot.
Right. What was that? It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it, right? Okay, so now we've got this new user. So as rep roasting, we need to figure out if this user. We also need to figure out if this user has WinRM access, because if they do, then it's a big win. I don't think they do. No, they don't. Let's try a rid brute and see if it gets us different users.
This one.
Okay, it got us the same. It got us basically the same users.
Oh, now we can look at the shares finally.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything useful in the shares. Let me take a look at it again. Ronan says you don't use backticks for code block, or you added after. The backticks were added by Caesar 3, but yeah, I mean, you know that they're not supposed to be there, so you can just delete them. Emmanuel GU says, "Hi, nice knowing you guys. It's 11 p.m. in my country. I'm going to sleep. Wish you the best. Have fun hacking." Well, thank you very much, Emmanuel. And yeah, let's give you a war games to see you out. Thank you very much for coming by.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
What was that?
Oh, we can read the sysvol directory.
Sysvol. Is there anything good in there? It's a good question. Oh, okay. I used the wrong password. There's a directory in here. I don't
Is
know
that
if
the only non-disabled user?
there's another user. I think it was. Let me grab the name of the user.
You don't think it's password reuse?
Possibly. So the other user is j.levy, Levy.
That's not high spell music. Login failure.
Casual 3 says Spider Plus module will do the job of enumerating files and folders in the shares. Yeah, I've never used that one before, but I should probably try it out.
We could just
Okay.
need to do things more manually at the moment.
So the module is called Spider Plus.
Yeah, Spider Plus.
I'm gonna give it a go. See what comes out.
101 music. Why'd that fail? Oh,
So
it's the wrong user.
what directory did it get dumped out into? NXC hosted. Okay. Wait, is that a directory?
Oh, okay, prompt off, recurse on, mget star, just gonna grab everything. So
I guess we could, man. I guess we could try a brute force attack again with this new user. I guess the first thing you would want to try to do is see if they use their own name as their password. J Levy. Oh, we've got ads running on Twitch right now. It's bird time. All right, time for water. Just a second.
It doesn't seem like there's any passwords in sysvol.
Okay, break server. Okay, let's do the. Have you started brute forcing the Jade Levy user yet?
No, I tried to pull the sysvol directory to see if there's any passwords, and there's nothing there.
Okay, I'm gonna try using Kerbrute. Kerbrute on Jlevy. Ronan says, -m GTP password to look for password in sysvol. Is that an nmap? Sorry, is that a netexec module? I've never heard of that one. But then again, I haven't heard of a lot of stuff.
It might be an SMB module.
Yeah. Okay. Let me try it out. GPP password. So that would be B Lewis. 101 music. Okay, so found sysvol share. Searching for potential XML files containing passwords. Started spidering, done spidering. So maybe it found something, maybe it didn't.
That's what I tried. But definitely.
Okay, but you didn't find anything.
No.
Alright.
Oh, I got his password from brute forcing.
Oh, I got his password as well.
Arm access.
It's password 1. Great.
Oh,
I love that. I love that. That's great.
Discovery.
So let's go ahead and figure out if Jlevy has more access or not. So what shares do they have access to?
Okay, there's no point in doing this since all the other accounts are disabled.
Okay, let's find out if Jlevy has WinRM access.
He does, though.
He does?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. Okay, so we can evil WinRM it. Oh, evil WinRM. I think it's I.
Yeah, it's I for our host.
Okay, then username, password. Let me just copy that.
That's not that.
We're in. We're in. Wow, I can pull out scary hacker voice, man. Hey guys, do you want me to? You want me to do scary hacker voice, man, or not? Let us know in the chat.
I vote scary hacker voice.
You vote for scary hacker voice, man. Well, Oreo, but if you vote for scary hacker voice, man, then I have to do it. All right. Okay, so we're gonna take a. I never know what I'm gonna say when I do these scary hacker voice man things. Anyways, let us begin.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Controller Administrator, it looks like you decided it would be okay to have weak passwords on your users. That was a big mistake. We were able to use all sorts of brute forcing tools to get the passwords for your 2 users, and boy, were they weak. Well, anyways, maybe you knew about these security issues, or maybe you decided it would be okay to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, so what do we do from here? Well, we.
What on Python?
What was that?
Bloodhound. I'm just kidding.
Bloodhound? Is it
Maybe.
Bloodhound time? What are some easy wins? We could look at.
Is always elevated enabled? Just kidding.
Well, I mean, we could look. Maybe.
I don't remember. I don't remember the registry command off the top of my head for the moment.
I could probably look that up. Let's see. Always install elevated.
All right. Do you want to do it manually at recon, or do you want to?
WinPs.
Well, WinP is the problem.
You know what? We should probably. Yeah. Well. Okay. Let's win. Let's WinPs the thing. WinPs.
Not manual recon.
Manual recon is for. Well, I mean, I'm actually coming up on my time limit in maybe like 30 minutes or so. I don't know if we're going to be able to root the box in 30 minutes, but I'm going to try.
Unless we could cheese it with a certain M tool.
What tool?
An M tool.
M tool? What is the M
Peter
tool?
A meter Peter tool.
Oh, yeah, no, I can't say that. I can't say that on YouTube. I can't believe it. The Meta PETA, yeah.
That's not allowed.
Wait, what? You're not allowed to say the.
I can't say meter, like.
Well,
like
no. Actually, you
meter.
can say Meta PETA. You can't say Meta exploit.
I'm. Okay, story time. There was for E1 security.
Okay.
They would always pronounce the shell type that you get from the framework meter Peter instead
Meter
of
Peter, really? Okay.
yeah, instead of how you're supposed to pronounce it.
Well,
phonetically. And so I
you know
always
what?
call it meter Peter.
It's tough. It's tough because who knows what the correct pronunciation is for anything these days.
I don't know. I've just always called it that way. It makes me smile.
Yeah, I hear you. I pronounce all sorts of words incorrectly just so people become upset. Our good friend Tiberius. Wait, have you interacted with Tiberius before?
Yes, but not recently, or well, other than his streams recently. But
okay, he's pretty famous for not liking alternative pronunciations of SQL.
All right, there's no defender. Lies.
Oh, you know what? If there's AV enabled, that means that it's going to eat up our win keys.
But it's not on.
It's not on there?
I don't think it's on.
Anyways, I'm downloading WinPs right now. So WinPs is a privilege escalation script, and you run it on a Windows box, and it hopefully is able to point out some sort of security issues on the box. I'm going to be using evil WinRM to Oh, my box shut off again. Yeah, I need to restart my box.
Yeah, there's no security. I'm disappointed.
Yeah, right. This is supposed to be the most difficult Windows challenge on the site, right? Then again,
they on or bust.
Then again, they only have like 5 or 6 Windows challenges on the site, in total. So
I demand defender.
Do you what is the platform you use the most as far as cybersecurity stuff is concerned?
I kind of jump around. I use HackerFrogs Academy, use HackerFrogs, use Tryhackme. I don't really stick with one because there's something I value of kind of all the platforms.
Oh yeah.
my favorite lab on Tryhackme, hands down, is their
pivoting lab.
Oh yeah.
What was the network called? It's like one of the first ones they ever, or the second ones they ever made.
You talking about
After,
the Wreath network?
Yeah, I think it's the Reef. Is it the Reef network?
They have
It's
a
the one-
really big section on pivoting in the Wreath network.
it's the one with like
3 machines and like a
Yeah,
line,
yeah, I'm pretty sure
where
that's
you
the
double
Wreath
pivot.
network. They also
Yeah.
I really wish they would publish more of those networks on Tryhackme. Okay, so now that we have WinRM access, we can upload the WinPs.
Okay, while it's running, grab.
So some other easy wins we could try is we could look for PowerShell history. Uploading WinPs any right now. This has been fun. It's certainly a lot better than screaming at the void.
Oh, that's the funny thing.
That's the best part though, right?
Why is this not working?
Okay, so I'm running WinPs right now. Let's see if we can get any like easy wins. This isn't supposed to be an easy win box though.
Well, that's unfortunate because the Sharp-Round Collector is broken for my version of, or incompatible with my version of Bloodhound.
I haven't run Bloodhound in forever.
Well, the last challenge I did, I needed Bloodhound really badly,
Yeah.
and then I messed it up at the end, and I needed help.
Oh, did you see Ronan's message on Twitch?
Oh, he loves my Teamworks room. Oh, I appreciate it.
I didn't know that you published a room on Tryhackme. Did you publish more than one, or just the Tmux one?
All right. So I published the Teamworks room because Darkstar, before he moved platforms to, I
Hack
think
the
he
Box.
went to Hack the Box.
Yeah.
Created a Teamworks room, and it was basically here's all the commands, figure it out kind of situation.
Oh yeah.
Where there was no examples. So it's just like here's the help menu for like man help, and here's some questions.
Here's a
basically.
cheat sheet. Have fun. Good luck.
Yeah, that's basically what it was.
Okay.
And I made a whole room, and I was talking to somebody on Discord, and they're like, "Oh, I gave up on Tmux because I couldn't figure it out." Because at the time they didn't realize that your prefix, you don't have to hold it down the whole time. They were holding down the prefix and trying to type the other keys without lifting their hand off the keyboard.
Okay.
And after I told them that, they're like, "Oh my gosh, I understand it." And I felt pretty good. But I was working on something, and I got a DM. And it was basically somebody across the world being like, "I liked your room and helped a lot, Tmux," and that one felt pretty good too. Let's see.
You know, one thing I'm interested in. One thing I am interested in eventually trying to submit a room for Tryhackme myself. How did you find the process?
It's either you're improving on something somebody else did, or you're making something kind of different.
I was trying to make a box, and the problem is I couldn't figure out
At the time, I mean, I probably still need to practice box dev more, but at the time, I was trying to make.
the box was supposed to be called Hesitation,
Mm-hmm.
and where the goal was there's a service you can't restart, but you can edit the file, and the goal was to make it so you have to reboot the box to run the service to execute the thing to get to the end, basically.
Prevesk, yeah.
And the problem is, it was supposed to be an easy Windows box, except the problem is the way I did getting the foothold had the permissions to basically just run like what was the like the very basic, oh, you have this special permission, you can just run this potato and you're done.
Okay.
And
so people found unintended Privask vectors for the box.
They disqualified the box because the methods were already done over and over again. It was basically boring. I'm assuming.
Okay. And I think. Well, do you think it would have been approved if you fixed up the loophole?
They didn't review the box for over 300 days.
Oh.
And I accidentally lost the machine originally that I built somewhere, and I didn't know where it went. So it basically got lost to time.
Okay. Oh, you know what? We know what we should do. We should probably enumerate our privileges. I guess we should do that after. If we're part of a special group, or if we have special privs or whatever.
But anyways, that's what happened to that. And we're done.
Wait, what happened?
I cheated!
You what? What happened? What happened?
I used the forbidden tool.
You use a forbidden tool? The what's the privask? So, first of all, which tool did you use?
The one I can't say.
Oh, okay. You used Msploit. You used wait. You used Sploit. Yeah.
Okay. Can we do it without it though?
What is the name of the tool of the module of the Sploit module?
Is that a word I can type in text? Is that allowed?
You can type it in text.
Okay.
Huh. That's okay. Well, I mean, that's just what is it? Is it called the exploit? Is it called the Is it called
What's the module path?
Is it called the EX suggester? Is that the thing you used?
I use suggester to find that. Yeah.
Okay.
You can run that script in the module without exiting it.
Yeah.
With the basically you enter your session and then you just do run with the path to whatever. And it just runs it in it.
Okay, so you need to, let's see. Can you? That's a post module. So
you can run the post module within your M session without trying to leave it and saying use a different module.
Okay, so you need that
led me to the E module, and the E module led me to finish the box.
Okay, so it's
a cheat way.
So you got when you got the credentials, you started up a meter Peter, right?
Something like that.
Okay.
I
don't think I've used a Peter. I don't think I've used I haven't used that the exploit stuff very much.
Kira, thank you for the follow. Ronan, thank you for the follow. Sean, I'm missing all these follows and stuff. Okay.
You gotta keep on top of the follows, otherwise, people are gonna think that you don't appreciate them.
Okay, basically, my bone to pick with frameworks is I love playing with them, but you have to learn how to do it manually, especially if you're doing something like OCP.
Yeah, for sure.
Just rely on these frameworks. But
no,
my
you can't.
point is
using frameworks as a way to practice evasion, because a lot of the times the default
Well,
initial thing you sling at your problem is going to get detected, and
right. You can't use any of that the M stuff. You can't use the M stuff on modern Windows targets.
you can't use Venom.
Oh yeah, because it detects all of those payloads.
But you can use it on evasion because it will make all your projectiles for you, and you won't have to worry about that. And you can just focus on the evasion part.
Oh yeah, okay.
That's my thing about frameworks.
Okay, so if we do, hold on. So I'm gonna start up the M stuff. What is it called?
Okay, let's see if I try this manually before you finish the box with the M stuff.
Yeah. So, what is the module that you can just feed credentials into that starts up a Peter?
Are you talking about web delivery or the other variations of that?
Is it called web delivery? What is it called?
It's web underline deliv.
I mean, which module can you feed WinRM creds into?
Oh, I just used I mean, this isn't the technical. This isn't correct. This is just how to find it quickly.
Okay.
Is there an WinRM one?
That's a good question. I mean, that's what I want to know.
I guess there technically is, but I just oh, yeah, there technically is. If you want to do that instead of using web delivery that just hosts your launcher on a website.
Oh, really? Okay.
And it just requests it through WinRM.
Okay, so you got.
I would just say set the auto run script to migrate, so you can keep your session.
I haven't used this stuff in so long. I forget how to do all this stuff.
Yeah, people. I like to use all my tools, or all the tools that I like to use, and just test their limits. Some people will disagree and be like, I want to do everything manually, which is fine. But
I mean, I think learning how to do stuff manually is very useful, and I still do a lot of my Linux Privask manually, just so I don't become super lazy and run scripts all the time. But as far as Windows is concerned, I don't know very much about Windows, so I rely more on scripts when I'm dealing with Windows targets. Let me see if I can find a module that works with. Let's see.
Oh, you can't run system info. Access denied. What? Rude. What?
Okay.
Did you already check for PowerShell history?
No, I haven't looked for it yet.
CD app data.
Oh, Caesar3 says this is the unintended way. So are you saying that the Privask technique that Oreo Bytes used was the unintended way?
Yeah, what I was doing is unintended.
Auxiliary scanner WinRM. Okay. Let's see.
Is this the unintended way? Yeah, it's not. That's two negatives.
What was I doing? Okay.
Okay, so the manual way we would do this is we would need Power View and Bloodhound.
Okay, so it's domains, our hosts, our port, your IV host. There's nothing. There's no place for credentials here. Okay.
The box.
Box shut off.
I mean, it's,
Yeah.
Bye box.
Let's see. Caesar3 says it's cool to find multiple ways to. Yeah. I think. Well, I mean, that's realistic. Realistically, like, boxes might have multiple vulnerabilities. They might have just one. What are some of those? What did I find?
Okay. We'll wait for this to come back.
I found some stuff with WinPs. I'm gonna look up this privilege escalation technique on Hacktricks. Is it just me, or is searching inside Hacktricks like super slow and laggy?
The last time I had to look at, I don't know why, but my computer's acting weird, so I basically proxy chained so I can view the website better.
Mm-hmm.
And then come to realize that I did something and my networking basically fell over. And come to realize that all of the name servers in my resolve.com disappeared. And now, for some apparent reason, my machine has released. It has 2 IP addresses.
It's got 2 IP addresses? Well, I mean, as long as one of them works, right?
It has the one I set manually, and then the one that it got dynamically from the router. Oops. Ta-da!
KRB relay up. I've never heard of this.
Oh, is this me signing enabled? Are you doing a relay attack? Is that what you're doing?
Well, I don't know. I found
Yeah, but signing such a true, you can't do a relay attack.
No.
I mean, you could try, but that's wait.
Oh, you got some. You got some spam.
Signing. So,
all right, it's advertisement time. So that means it's time for birds.
oh, thanks. Yeah, let's goodbye. Okay.
Yeah, you know, we should if you're up for it, we should co-stream more often. You know, it could be fun. Maybe not doing like Windows stuff all the time, but just, you know, doing Linux boxes or Windows boxes or, you know, whatever could be.
I mean, whatever makes us better.
Whatever makes what better?
Whatever makes us better doesn't have to be the same.
Yeah.
thing.
You're pretty keen on hacking Windows stuff. Do you feel like it's less exciting to do Linux boxes, or is it just something you're more comfortable with, Windows?
My problem with Linux boxes is 9 times out of 10 the way you get in is web something.
Oh, okay.
Web something always gets me stuck.
You're not.
Which basically means I need to practice some more.
You need to practice web, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it could be fun to like just blast through a bunch of easy boxes over at Docker Labs.
This Docker Labs.
Wait, have you not seen Docker Labs?
If you shut it off,
I've been doing Docker Labs for the past couple weeks. Dockerlabs.es. This is basically a place where you can deploy vulnerable Docker containers to your Linux box and then hack against them. Of course, the entire website is in Spanish, but that doesn't really get too much in the way when you got Google Translate.
You showed me the other Spanish one, but the hash didn't match the.
Oh, right.
machine
That was the Hackers Labs.
for some reason.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even if it didn't, even if the hashes didn't match, it's probably they updated the zip file and then they forgot to update the hash. Let's see. Loadout Lab says, "Let me ask you guys this. I ran across a PC a couple weeks ago, had these Chinese letters and emojis in the registry. Is this not an indication of malware or something else that is fishy? I ran this up the chain of command at work, and they immediately wrote it off as a Chinese language pack, like it was normal. That's badass. Any other free sites? I've got a bunch of free sites, so I'll just provide the links to the sites that I usually use in the chat. So there's dockerlabs.es and there is thehackerslabs.com. This is another Spanish language one. It's got some pretty good ones, but there's also Vulnlab. No, wait, not Vulnlab. I only recommend stuff that's actually. Have you used Vulnlab before, or Byte?
Vulnlab is good, but it's hard.
The one where yep.
So I don't remember which red team lab, but one of the red team labs is using Elastic EDR.
Okay.
So it's much more difficult, and not only is it on the Windows computers, it's also on the Linux computers. So have fun.
Yeah, I heard that the Vulnlab machines are very well. I mean, they're not. They don't pull their punches with the difficulty.
It is. And how it works. What I like about Vulnlab is you don't subscribe and then realize you forgot and have to spend like $200 of money you forgot about, or fight with like, hey, I didn't realize this was gonna do this thing.
Were you talking about
you pay
for what?
Vulnlab, you pay for a certain amount of days, and they don't charge you any more beyond that. You just pay for one session.
So basically, your subscription elapses and they don't re-up you.
Yeah.
Okay, that's and it's like
15. A lot of the times,
it's like $15 a month or something.
Yeah, it's nice.
Okay. But yeah, I'm pretty much focused on recommending sites that have like a very generous I guess what you would call like a free-to-play model. Basically, like there's a bunch of stuff that's free, and there's stuff that you can pay for. But I don't recommend stuff to anybody that where you have to pay up front, because people are poor. I mean, when I say people are poor, I mean I'm poor. I mean I don't have any money, which means I don't have money to pay for this stuff. So I recommend free stuff. But how's that looking for alternate privilege escalation going?
Well, let's see.
Oh, the
it'll be
the chat
dumper.
the chat is asking for Bloodhound. I haven't run
My
Bloodhound in
Bloodhound
forever.
is broken for some reason.
Your Bloodhound is broken.
My Bloodhound is broken.
So, do you still have to run? What was it? What was the name of that framework that you used to run Bloodhound again? I forget what it's called. It's like Node4j or something.
Yeah, Neo4j.
Neo4j. Right.
Neo4j, I think, is the GraphQL database
Mhm.
Bloodhound uses, and Bloodhound's just the graphical part that sits on top. That looks nice.
Right.
The trick is, if you haven't launched it before, of course, launching it, changing the default password in Neo4j, because if you don't, you'll try to log into Bloodhound and it won't work because you didn't change the default credentials because it forces you to.
I remember it wasn't very fun installing Neo4j when I was messing around with it last time. Let's see. Ronan says the CE Docker version is much better. The CE Docker version. Ronan, if you have a link to that, then I'd really appreciate it. I can take a look and maybe deploy the container.
Is it compatible with the collectors that like Sliver uses?
Okay, so what was it? Sudo apt install Bloodhound.
The one in Sliver didn't work. Oh, my voice is dying, so I'm not drinking water.
You should hydrate. Okay, so to run Bloodhound, first you run Neo4j, and then do you have to upload something to the target before? Man, I'm completely.
Depends. Which collector method are you pointing to use?
I guess. Well, I mean, I guess the collection method. Well, there's no antivirus on this box, so I guess we could just.
No. I mean, you could still run it through different means, but
Caesar 3 has a solution. Sudo Bloodhound Python. Bloodhound Python.
Yeah, Bloodhound Python is a remote way of doing it.
Okay. And I don't know if I can. Bloodhound.
I think I.
Oh, okay.
Messed up the command. Let's work. There we go. Okay. Now to we'll just put this over here. Neo4j console and type in my password wrong. Again. Bloodhound.
What's the name of this domain? It's controller
secret password.
Control.nex. Oh, okay. This didn't quite work. Oh, did the machine? Okay, the machine's still up.
Actually, let's do this off screen.
Hold on. Bloodhound Python. Let me take a look at the syntax again.
You can try netexec.
Netexec?
Yeah, doesn't netexec have a Python option with I think LDAP?
Yeah, there's a netexec with LDAP has a Python Bloodhound option.
netexec
And it
LDAP.
looks like Caesar beat me to it.
Let me take a look at the. I think I did the syntax incorrectly. I need to take a look at the examples.
Okay. So we are. How's this gonna work? We are J. Louis.
J. Levy. Maybe I put in. Well, what is the password one more time?
Pound.
It's password 1 or something, right?
Okay, are you in any special groups, my friend? Actually, we could do that. Another way we could do that is just by doing who am I?
Who am I,
who
priv?
am I? And then the user. So J. Levy.
Okay, we've got account privilege, change notify privilege, increase working set privilege.
I mean, net user J. Levy. We are no special groups.
No, not really. Not really any special groups.
At least from the net command, no. Trixo? Wait.
Okay.
Man,
I'm gonna feed this whatever error message I got. I'm gonna feed that into the AI, and then we'll see if it can figure out what I did wrong.
And give it a follow.
Sorry, I keep butchering everybody's names to oblivion. Yeah. Admin. That is unhelpful.
Okay, so I need to double check. Let me double check the domain. So the domain is control.nix, right?
Control.next, yes.
Net BIOS name. Actually, NB name is.
No, I don't want J. Levy. I want this other user.
Maybe the etc hosts. Oh, do we need to add an etc hosts?
Oh yeah, you need to add to our Etsy host if you don't want to specify the IP every time.
Okay.
But sometimes it's better to do that.
All right. Let's add this.
Bloodhound is the answer, but I do not see. Oh, is it like? Is it what I think it is? Which won't show in
Bloodhound because they don't request that data.
Is somebody feeding you a hint?
No, it's some.
Where did you get that from?
There are two things. There's two major things that Bloodhound won't show you if you use the collection method at all. Number one is ADCS information. It won't show you anything.
Okay.
Number two is ACLs on self. If you have ACL access control list permission something on self, you won't see it through the default Bloodhound. It'll be basically spinning your wheels looking at Bloodhound for something that doesn't exist. So I guess we could try. You can try.
We can see if it's ADCS. And if it's not that with this user, then we could try uploading PowerView and seeing if it's ACLs on self. And if it's not that, then I don't know. And if it's GPO abuse, then I don't know.
Or some other magical attack I have yet to learn. Okay, so let's see. Certify. Find user. J Levy. Enter. At control.mix. Password. One. Like I'm
Okay,
missing
so
something.
oh man. Maybe I'm having trouble with all of these Bloodhound ingesters.
Out of the box terminate itself. No, it's running.
Okay, so there's
SSL wrapping architecture fused. What just uploads? Certify. Through.
okay, so this is gonna sound like a very noob question. How do you use Sharphound?
You have to upload it to the machine. Did you already upload it to the machine? Did you check both users? Did I check both users? How? Alright, let's look up Bloodhound. On Bloodhound.
No, the other user was the B Lewis user, right?
I mean, there are not any special groups. Enabled. It's not set to admin. Let's see here. Not any special groups. Part of the domain users. Yep. And then these inbound are basically all the controls that all the people can have on B Lewis, so we don't really bother with those. Jail. Buddy. He is not an admin. Set to true or count. Are you saying? I can't tell if chat is saying I missed something or if because I don't really see anything else. I guess we could try all the defaults, but
Well, I mean, we gotta be thorough.
yeah. No.
Did you find something really?
No.
Did you find something really dumb? Is it super dumb?
Boo! Boo, you guys! Boo! That's fine. That's That's lame. Okay.
What's the what did you find?
Oh. Do you want me to tell you, or do you want me to let you find it?
No. You can you can tell me. You can tell me. I'm probably if not, I'll probably look up a walkthrough afterwards. But what's going on?
Else.
If you want to keep me in suspense, you can actually do the privilege escalation to make sure it works.
I'm trying. Fine, we'll deal with them packet. Even though I forgot command. No, we don't need weapons. We don't need zero logon, that doesn't work. We need in packet. We need a packet.
Caesar3 says you have to add the computer name to the etc host as well. I mean the fully qualified domain name. What's the fully qualified domain name for this thing?
Control next. For some apparent reason, the user he compromised.
Yeah.
For some apparent reason, has some special permission.
Okay.
That pretends to be a domain controller and can request a bunch of things.
Oh.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
So you can do stuff like DC sync or something, or what are we trying?
Oh. Yeah. Maybe. Just potentially. Just hear me out.
Yeah, I'm hearing. I'm
Except
listening.
I forgot to put his password in here. Password.
So are we talking about this authenticated users list group or whatever?
Bad username. Why did I... Oh. This is out of order. I put the password before the username. I'm smart. Password. There we go. I always assume that the Bloodhound defaults are never going to find anything because in the last, 12 boxes I've ever done, it's just never found the thing I need. So I've always done it manually by...
Oh, Mr. Diesel, yes. Mr. Diesel Doug is complimenting your keyboard, Oreo Byte. He says it sounds great.
It was not very expensive, but it has hot swappable keys, so
I think it's a win.
Thanks for the keyboard.
I think it uses some type of blue switch.
Oh yeah, I've never paid for a fancy keyboard before.
Actually, let me see how much I actually paid for it. Something I'm not going to show on stream.
Yeah.
For obvious reasons. Drum roll, please. It was only... it was only... $70.
70 buckaroos? Okay.
70 buckaroos.
Huh. I thought it was less expensive than that. I guess not. Alright, I guess...
I mean, $70 isn't too bad.
What am I doing? Let's see.
So how long has it been since you've streamed Oreo Byte?
I wouldn't really say I've streamed for very long, only because I get excited to stream and then I get nervous and I don't stream.
No, I mean that's the reason why I plan out all my streams. I got three topics for each one of my streams, and because I hate not having some sort of goal to work on. So I say I'm going to do this thing and this thing and this thing, and then it makes it a lot easier.
I guess my problem is what happens when you have a goal that is a week's worth of work, and when do you stop the stream?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess when when you set out a goal and it's not something you can do in a couple hours, it can be difficult.
And we're done, kinda. I still want to see if... Okay, so remember, people, just use your default options and whatnot, and you'll be fine.
Default is best.
Did you ever watch what was it? There was, you know how people play games in esports? There was an esports for cybersecurity.
Oh yeah. The Brazilian one, right?
Yeah.
They stopped like a couple of years ago.
I miss that so much.
I mean, I watched for a little bit, but it was hard to follow. Yeah, they got they got that guy from Dual Core. Oh gosh, what was his name? Int80. Int80 was one of the presenters or something for that esports league, right?
Yeah, Ipsec made a box for the competition. He also announced on the competition. The best part was hearing tools you've never heard before and be like, "Oh, what's that?" And Googling them.
I mean,
yeah.
The problem with doing like CTF boxes as an esport is that it's only going to appeal to a very small number of people, right?
Yeah, but I still think Jewel
who?
Dual
Core, yeah.
No, somebody followed me. Dual. Hi, I'm really bad at pronunciation and reading, but I will try my best.
All right. Oh, everybody! Hey! If you're not signed up for the Pico CTF event, and you've got some time over the weekend, please consider signing up for the Pico CTF event, because it is because Pico CTF is awesome.
Can I? Oh, does your machine have a different IP address?
Caesar, are you talking about Oreo Bytes machine? Or are you talking about my machine? Because that's not the correct range for mine. Are you? Wait, is your IP address 192.168.200?
Mine's .8.
Mine's dot.
Like 192.168.8.
Something. Yeah.
/24.
Oh, we've got ads on Twitch. So we got ads on YouTube. Okay. Caesar's talking about mine. Yeah. For some reason, my my DNS isn't resolving.
Oh, I wanted that. Term, welcome back. Term, no.
So what do we got to do?
Oh, hang on. Let's see. Upload. Retools. Windows. Ghost Pack. Certify. And then we'll do. Certify.
No. Okay.
Certify.
We got to do some. Oh, jeez.
I should probably create an account so I could submit the flags.
Yeah. Wait. I've never submitted flags to Vulnyx before. I think you're supposed to submit the flags to the Discord that that Vulnyx has. But hey, I need to stop streaming because I need to eat dinner because I'm starving. But yeah, it's been really fun streaming with you, Oreo Bite. It's, I've been learning a lot, and I think I've picked up a few tips.
Hopefully, we can do some more.
Yeah. We should talk. Maybe we can do some Linux stuff sometime.
Oh boy, some arbitrary web thing that you can't see because
arbitrary.
it's invisible because it's all web.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is mostly web when you deal with Linux stuff. But you know what? It's time we got better at web, right?
The thing about web that always gets me, that always makes me feel like it's magic, is when you're doing Active Directory, there's always output. What happens when there's no output because it's blind?
Are you talking about SQL injection or something,
or any other attack where you can't really see what's going on because there's just no output?
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I guess that's where your instinct comes into play or something, like, your years of experience. But to everybody who's watching my channel, thank you very much for coming today. We had a heck of a stream, and I think this is the longest I've ever. This is pretty close to the longest I've ever streamed at one stretch. I can raid into Oreo Bite's channel, and Oreo Bite will lead you to victory for this box.
Well, I need to get food too. I was probably gonna get off after I finish the box.
Oh no! You gotta carry us for a bit. Have you finished the Privest yet, or?
I'm already administrator.
Oh, okay.
I've been administrator for like 20 minutes.
Well, I mean, I've been stuck trying to get Bloodhound Python working, but anyways.
Oh, didn't we give you the command?
No, well, yeah, please pass over the command so that I can try it myself a little later, okay?
Forever I ran it.
Caesar3 says you're close, bro. Maybe next stream. I might do it off stream, and then we can come back to it in a couple weeks. But thank you very much to all the helpful advice from all the great people in chat. People like Caesar and Ronan and who else? Mr. Diesel Doug, and trying to catch all the names. Loadout Lab and Emmanuel GU. If you want to be shouted out, please let us know in the chat. Mickey's, thank you very much. And United States Roleplay, that's an awesome name. What does it mean to roleplay as the United States? Ankit Kumar, thank you. And gotta go and get dinner, but please hang out with Oreo Bite.
Here's the command.
Where you pasting it? Okay.
Into your stream.
Great.
No, thank you for watching. Hopefully I provided something of value.
You gotta be you can't be so hard on yourself, man. You obviously have some skill at this Windows hacking stuff. People like to watch.
Even though it took me 2 days to do an easy box, because what I was doing was technically correct, but it technically would have broke the domain. So yeah. Can't do that.
Well, all right, everybody. Raiding into Oreo Byte. Please type hip hop hack when you get there, and we'll see you next time, everybody. Thank you for the stream. Have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you on Monday.
Oh, it's so weird not hearing. You're still on my call.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it right now. Have yourself a great weekend, okay, Oreo Byte?
You too.
Talk to
Okay.
you later.